Grab some popcorn and a favorite chair. The love of movies is why we're here. Press play and don't delay. Let Phil be our guide to a cinematic day. Phil at the movies, from the silver screen to his podcast stream. Phil's covering every movie dream. Phil at the movies. Phil at the movies.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to a Halloween episode of Phil at the Movies. I'm, of course, your host, Phil, and you were listening to show number 188 of this ongoing podcast that is, you guessed it, for the love of movies. And in this particular case, the love of Halloween movies. Because given that this episode is dropping on October 31st, the most important day of the year as far as I'm concerned. Today, I thought it would be a fun time to revisit the franchise that is very near and dear to my heart, as evidenced by the T-shirt and the items behind me. But I'm not alone today. We're going to be taking a trek back to Haddonfield, Illinois, and my two co-hosts for the day, Mr. Chris Evans from Gathering of the Geeks, and Mr. Anthony Caruso from Tis the Podcast. We are going to be talking and ranking the Halloween series. So, gentlemen, first off, welcome back to the show and happy Halloween.
It's Halloween. Everyone's entitled to one good scare. But glad to be back, especially with joining Chris here as a guest host.
I'm always happy to be back. I'm after the plaque that we've talked about before.
That's right. No, I was going to say, I expect your jackets and the mugs and whatnot. They'll be in the mail by the end of the year. So 'cause I think it
Christmas gift.
exactly. You know, I try to do what I can, especially around the holidays. But yeah. So guys, this is the Halloween episode. I figured had to really go out big this year, given that Halloween falls on Friday. My show drops on Friday, so kind of two for the price of one. We're going to really carve this pumpkin up and see what happens. It may be a Frankenstein-like design by the time it's all said and done. But again, a lot of passion. I know you both are huge fans of this particular series, and we've already been sort of teasing there's maybe some hot takes and some interesting opinions. So this is going to be a fun episode to say the least. And let me just put out a disclaimer, everybody. These are our opinions. They are not meant to be objective facts or rankings on this series. Everybody has their own favorite timeline, if you will, favorite ranking of this series. So again, had to get that out there because I know we can get a little passionate, and people certainly get passionate when it comes to Halloween. But go ahead, Anthony.
I want to add to that disclaimer. Anyone who listens to DC Unlimited or Tis the Podcast knows my Twitter handle to send all the hate mail because it's usually coming at me. So I'm just going to put that out there again at the beginning at the Sanderson Bro for all the hate that I'm sure you're going to have for my opinions.
And again, I will make sure all this is in the show notes so you can direct everything at Anthony, absolve Chris and me of any issues that you may have with the rankings. It's all on Anthony. No, we're gonna have a good time tonight, to quote Mr. Corey Cunningham. So kind of really setting the stage here, guys. But before we begin, as I have done throughout this entire Halloween season, particularly when discussing Halloween movies, I like to start by asking my guest, what is your Halloween story? How did you first become acquainted with the Boogeyman? What do you remember your first reaction to seeing the movie was? So, Chris, why don't you start? Tell us your Halloween story.
I don't think I actually saw the first one first. I believe I'd actually seen Halloween 2 first. And I was just, it's weird to say, but I was in love with the character of Michael Myers. I thought he was just really cool, just the look of it. And, as a kid, I saw this when I was really young, probably under the age of 10, as I saw most a lot of horror films. So at that age, I was like, well, I don't like Jason. I think he's stupid. I think Freddy Krueger's dumb looking, and this guy, yeah, I see Anthony's face. I was like, well, this guy's different. He's just like a some kind of wraith. Well, at the time, I didn't know the word wraith, but now, to translate, you're like, this is just like a wraith moving around, just destroying stuff. This is awesome. So that would be my. I'm pretty sure the second was the first one I saw, and after I saw that one, it would be a thing whenever we were like visiting my uncle or whatever. Uh, we would rent these Halloween films. So that was a thing for us. Every time we'd go over there, okay, let's rent a new one. So I'd seen 4 and 5 that way. And then when 6 came out, I rented it myself. And it was kind of fun because at the time, Blockbuster wouldn't rent a rated R film to, a minor. So I had to have my mom come in and say I could rent it. That was fun. But I just became enamored with the character of Michael Myers. I think even then, I just thought he was really a special character amongst not just the other slashers, but in horror in general. And I was very familiar with the look of the character even before I saw the movie because Michael has been everywhere since his debut. If you look at anything horror, Michael always pops up. Especially
Amen to that.
movies to cause carnage.
Just a little bit. Just
Yep.
a little. Right. Well, we'll get into that.
That's my Halloween.
Very cool. Anthony, what is your story? How did you first become? When did you first meet Michael Myers?
Well, as I've talked about, I think on this show, definitely on my show, but I think I've talked about on this show before. Um, my first real horror franchise is Scream. But after Scream, I dove into Halloween because obviously they've made so many references to Halloween throughout that first trilogy at the time. I had to see the films that inspired it. And when I saw the 1978 version, the original film, I got it. That movie is terrifying. It's perfect. It still holds up to this day. Um, and from there, I just watched all the ones that were out at the time. Y'all,
It's
I
starting.
I love the I
It's
love
starting.
Yeah, this is starting early here. What are we,
I
15
lo-
minutes in?
I've been mulling over this all
Oh
day
boy.
when I've been mulling over my rankings. Um, and I kind of want to say this at the beginning before we get into our rankings because I think it will help uh listeners understand why I'm putting certain films certain places. I love the Halloween franchise. I really do. I rewatch all of them every single year without fail. It's a tradition. It's not Halloween without this entire franchise. But I've got to be real for a second. I think a lot of that love for me comes from nostalgia. From what that first and original Halloween made and still makes me feel. And I think if people, not necessarily you guys, I think if a lot of people sat and reflected on the franchise, I bet whether or not they'd admit it, they would think the same. Because the thing is, and here's my first hot take of the evening, we kind of treat the entire Halloween series like it's flawless. It's this legendary horror saga because the original is so iconic and so historic and so perfect, which it is. But I realized as I was sitting down to rank these films and kind of dissecting them in my mind, the franchise as a whole has just as many mediocre entries as it does good ones. And if you strip away that nostalgia, you start to see it for what it really is, which is a wildly uneven series that has been coasting on the brilliance of the 1978 original for decades. And again, I love it, but I also see the films for what they are. And look, Michael Myers may be the ultimate boogeyman. He is the ultimate boogeyman. And to this day, he's a face of slashers and horror. But second hot take of the evening, that's only true of the original 1978 version. That Michael is terrifying. He's pure evil. He's a silent, shapeless monster. But most of the versions after that lose something. He is scary in maybe 4 movies of this entire franchise, 3 of which came out in the past decade. And the rest of the time, he's just a dude in a mask walking around and going through the motions. And yeah, I know. I have Phil and Chris's face. I could see it already. But and I'm sorry, Phil. I'm just trying to get my hot take out of the way here. So if you just allow me to continue for like another minute.
Floor is yours, buddy.
Because again, I just want to say this all before we dive into the individual films. So when I rank them, I can focus on the merits of those movies. But I know they had issues with the mask and everything due to race issues and recreation issues and everything, but man, some of the choices they made were just dumb with that stupid mask. Whatever. I'm willing to forgive that. But then there's Laurie Strode, and people love to call her the ultimate final girl. And you can go back to last year's Still at the Movies episode where we debate that, but she became that. That didn't really happen until Halloween 2018. And at that point, that's what everyone's putting that back on. Oh, Laurie was the ultimate final girl. She wasn't. She was not a fully realized character at that point. She was a whiny little girl who had to be saved. Had to be saved in that original one. And don't even get me started on Loomis, who is just. Ooh, people like to make fun of Halloween Kills or the evil dies tonight stuff, but are you ignoring the entire franchise where that's basically what Loomis recites in every single movie and not so many words?
You know, in my
And th-
in Halloween 2, when he gets shot in the eyes and the blood's coming, I don't think that was blood. I think that was tears from him listening to Anthony's rant just now.
well, I'm glad you bring it up, Chris, because Halloween 2, I'm not to get into that movie right now because we'll get into it later, but you want to talk about a twist that even the creator of this franchise hated, that even he said ruined the mystique of the franchise. He's right. As long as this franchise delved into and went down that whole rabbit hole where Michael and Laurie were siblings, it took away the mystique and the mystery and the horror of this is just a random act of violence. It made it not scary. But the point is, let's wrap this up and we can move on. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I will always love Halloween. This is truly a comfort franchise for me. It may not sound that way, but I was looking at it critically. I do watch every one of these movies every year, even the really bad ones, which we'll talk. I'm sure we all are in agreement on the worst one.
I don't
But
think we have for this.
all I'm all I'm saying is when I sat down to rank these critically, I realized it is not the masterpiece people pretend the whole thing is, including myself. The original is, but the rest is as inconsistent as any of those other 80s iconic series from Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. You've got brilliance, but you've also got tons of garbage and everything in between. But that first movie, untouchable.
I feel like Danny Trejo's character from the remake. I feel like I'm about to get the TV dropped out to me by Anthony. I was good to you, Anthony. I was good. Oh well, no, Anthony. I certainly do appreciate you opening up that way with honest candor. And again, ladies and gentlemen, all his information will be in the show notes. Send your hate mail that way. You probably will get some comments from everybody, but it's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
I'm sure I will. A bunch of our friends who listen to your show and these shows, like Matt Spalding and everyone, I'm gonna Jay, I'm gonna get tons of hate mail, and I appreciate it, but it's okay.
You made
We're
Michael
allowed to
cry.
be wrong. What did you
So,
say, Chris?
You made Michael cry.
and not just in Halloween 5. So
That was going to be the gift Phil uses when he posts this on Halloween. It's his bloody tears coming down his face.
again, Phil at the movies does not condone or endorse the statements from Anthony Caruso. No, it's all fun here, all fun and games. But wow, we're starting early tonight with the hot take. So, Chris, do you have any before we begin?
I don't even think my take is a hot take anymore. I just had a comment about Loomis I was gonna mention with the movie, but I'm good now.
We'll circle back to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, when I get to the movie, I'll mention
Yeah,
it.
yeah. No, I mean, what I will just say to sort of set the stage for this, when I was doing this ranking because it's been a couple years since I've really sat down and rethought, reorganized my list. And one thing was very clear to me, and we'll certainly get into the particulars as we discuss each film. But I have found there is a thread with these movies where the films that play it safe, and I'm not saying that as a knock, but sort of to borrow a scream line, if I may, the ones that stick to the formula, the basic simple formula, those have been arguably the most successful films in the franchise. I don't think this is a hot take. I think the ones that have followed that blueprint from the original film have been received better by the fans and by critics than, say, the films which have taken more creative swings, shall we say. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think that will be a good talking point to maybe circle back on, as we dissect each and every one of these films, because this is, I mean, again, I'm not the first person to say this. The Halloween series has become like a pick your own adventure series, pick your own timeline lane, and I love that. I think that's something really unique, and again, a lot of it just sort of worked out the way because of different story choices and kind of dead ends that have popped up. But yeah, you can't do that with Freddy. You can't do that with Jason. It's like it's the one timeline and then it all ends. Whereas this, it's like it could just pick like, all right, you want to do the brother sister timeline, or you want to do the original series timeline, or the remake. Like, there's a lot to pick and choose from here, and
I
that
would
kind of I
just,
think makes it more appealing, if that makes sense.
I think you can kind of do it with Freddy. Like you could skip two, for example, and go right to three, and just do the Nancy story, for example.
That's
Like
fair.
like Freddy, I think you can do, and then you have the whole Dream Warrior, the whole Dream Child timeline. I think Freddy you can. Jason, I agree. I don't think you can with him.
I don't think there's any kind of through line in the Jason film or the Friday the 13th films.
No, no.
I think it's just pretty much random killings in every one of them.
At least with Nightmare, you do have Nancy popping up every so often, but well, that's a whole other issue.
Well, when I was doing my horror sleeve, I was thinking, do I get Freddy and Jason? And I was like, Freddy has a final girl, but Jason has nobody. I was like, I'm not putting Jason there without. I'm not putting Freddy there without Jason. So that's
Could
why I
have had
not
like a
made
shot
my
from the,
leg.
the Freddy versus Jason movie. You could have did that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they do kind of go hand in hand.
They're their own final girls.
They they complete each other really.
Mhm.
You know, made for each other, I guess you would say, literally. Um, well, all right. So we have set the stage, everybody. We've got some hot takes already on the table, so that's good. That's really good. I like we're starting early here. Sort of like opening a bag of trick or treat candy. You never know what's going to be inside, and I have a feeling that's going to be the theme for the rest of this episode. So in a lot of ways, Anthony, I thank you for starting us off that way because I think this is going to be a very exciting discussion. I think there's going to be a lot of surprises. I know I was surprised myself with the way some of these films ended up on the list. So yeah, this is we're gonna have a good time tonight. So the way this will work, everybody, will just go in descending order, starting with number 13, and then working our way, of course, all the way up to the number one spot. So Anthony, we'll start with you, buddy. Give us number 13 on your ranking of Halloween movies.
To nobody's surprise, Halloween Resurrection. Trick or treat, motherfucker. This is one of the worst horror movies. Not just one of the worst Halloween movies I've ever seen, but one of the worst movies I've seen in any horror franchise. And we're talking about a genre that includes a bunch of mediocre Hellraisers, Chucky films, Freddy and Jason films. This movie is just god awful. What makes it even more egregious is the premise is not that bad. Um, Filming a reality show in Michael Myers' old childhood home. I mean, it was topical at the time. It really was not a bad premise, but the execution was just god awful. The cast was Awful. And let's not forget Laurie and Michael's sibling kiss at the beginning of this film before Laurie drops to her death off the top of the asylum. This is I yeah. I'll say this, Michael's mask didn't look the worst it's ever looked in this film. So that's a point in his favor. Uh but yeah, this one out of all of them, this is the one I would skip if I am most likely to skip. Although, like I said, I do try to watch all of them every year, including this one. So, and I'll just say now, both of you gentlemen know this, and I'll get into more detail when I get to that film on the list. But this film retroactively ruins another film on this list for me because it completely ruins that ending. Um, so anyway, Halloween Resurrection, bottom of the list. And Loomis was also sorely missed. I know he's been gone for a while at this point, but man, this movie could have used a Loomis. And you won't hear me saying that in about a lot of movies because you'll hear me saying a lot. This could have used less Loomis, but this movie could have used a Loomis.
Yeah, I'll just say Donald Pleasance, his contribution to the series is legendary. And yeah, there is definitely a Loomis size absence, a Loomis size hole in the series post Halloween 6. I think that goes without saying. He brought something to this series that has never fully been replicated again. And again, there's been a lot of uh, great films I think that have come along in the last 25, 30 years, but there is that key ingredients of Dr. Loomis that just he just brought something. But I'll hold my thoughts for on that because I certainly have a lot to say when it comes to Loomis. But Chris, what is your number 13?
My number 13 is actually Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
interesting.
This is a movie I can't stand. I think it is terrible from beginning to end. And it's not just because, oh, they changed the mythos and stuff. No, I mean that stuff sucks too. But I just don't like this movie at all. I think it's an exercise in how far can we take this? How much can we do with this concept? And then can we rip it to shreds and try to piece it back together? I don't like the performances. I think I hate Scout Taylor. What's her name?
Scout Taylor Compton.
Okay, that's what I thought. I can't stand her. Not a fan at all. I despise Sherry Moon. The flashbacks, the horse. No, 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 no. I also don't like the use of Loomis in this at all either. I think that it was a mistake to make Loomis this way.
Mhm.
Anthony's already getting upset. I'm sorry, but I think this is just a total miss in every which way you could go. Even the look of Michael. I'm fine with Michael being a nomad. Like in Halloween Ends, he's essentially a Ninja Turtle in the sewers. I'm kind of cool with that when it's compared to this thing. Hobo Mike ain't for me. I don't even appreciate the carnage in this movie. And I love Michael just going nuts on teenagers and adults. So this is by far the
But,
bottom of the barrel.
but Chris Hobo Mike, he's eating the cats. He's eating the dogs.
I don't need him to eat the animals. I'm fine with like I'm not fine with him murdering animals in general, but he has a habit of that. That's fine, I guess. But eating them is different, I guess. It makes him more human too. Like he needs to eat now. Michael never cared to eat before. I don't like it.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I will have more to say on Halloween 2 in a little bit, but
Yeah, yeah, I'm not ready to talk Halloween 2 either.
no,
I feel like Halloween 2 is one of Anthony's top five. And if I'm right, I might have to leave.
yeah. Like I said, this the hot takes are just coming out tonight, good and strong. But no, number 13 for me is Halloween Resurrection. Just an abomination of a movie. I genuinely like most of these films, and this is the one I cannot stand. I just find it to be such a waste of everybody's time. It it starts with a unique premise about people being in the Myers house on Halloween, the sort of MTV reality TV vibe to it. It's just the execution of it. You know, people had issues with Corey taking down Michael and Halloween Ends. Noted. I don't know how people can, sit there and think that Busta Rhymes, karate kicking Michael is somehow okay. Like, in many ways that this is almost more embarrassing. Like, especially there's that scene where he's running around pretending to be Michael and he like cusses him out. Like, come on, like this is just an embarrassment of a movie. It's degrading. And I mean, there's a reason why this film is the Batman and Robin of the Halloween series because it ultimately led to the remakes. I mean, again, I'm not putting the remakes on the same like level as like the Dark Knight trilogy, but the point still stands that this movie drove the series almost into the ground permanently because like where do you go after this movie? Like, Busta Rhymes karate kicking him. You've got a unmemorable final girl. Like it's just it's a cash grab movie, and I know we could say that about a lot of these films, but this one just feels so blatant, and it doesn't work. And don't get me started on the whole killing off of Laurie Strode at the beginning of the movie. I mean that's again, I know there was a lot of behind the scenes and contract negotiations, and this was her fulfilling her obligation from the previous film, but I'm sorry what was that? Like, Laurie is not going to be outwitted by Michael that way. Like, come on. I mean, like, this is where, like, I put on my hat. I'm like, come on. Nope, nope, nope. This is wrong. This is wrong. I don't even think the mask is even good in this film. Like, I know the mask is sometimes an issue in a lot of these films. I don't know. The eyebrows are kind of weird. And even the way Michael walks around in this film, and I don't have the stunt performer's name in front of me, but I don't know. There was too much of a almost like a sulking kind of a like he was stalking, but he was almost like putting too much emphasis into it. And there's a very subtle science to it, I think. But I don't know. This is one. If I see this film once every 10 years, that's too much. This is one that I if it's on TV, I skip, and yeah, I wouldn't be taking this with me to a desert island. That much I can say. So Halloween Resurrection, I really have nothing good to say about this film. I guess you could say, well, it's kind of cool that Rick Rosenthal, the director of Halloween 2, got to, come back and direct another one. So, he's kind of got that under his belt. He directed two Halloween films, but I don't know. It's just a bad movie. It's a bad movie that just it could have been interesting, I think, if there were different choices made.
You asked where it was supposed to go from Busta Rhymes knocking out Michael Myers. I think the natural place, and I know where they tried to do desperately, was try to work him into a versus movie with Pinhead and Freddy and Jason, but it just never happened.
Thank God for that.
Really, though, I kind of wanted to see, and I still do. I am a sucker for those versus movies. I mean, granted, depending on your version of Michael Myers, is he a man or is he the boogeyman? He wouldn't necessarily fit with Freddy and Jason, but still, he's like the ultimate slasher icon. You need to get him in one at some point.
Now, Michael shouldn't be reduced to a gimmick.
Michael and I know this is going to be a difficult one to swallow. If they would have put Michael Myers in a versus movie, it is the equivalent of Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom. If I had a mic, I would like a physical mic that I could hold. I would drop it right now.
That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard somebody say on a podcast.
I don't think it is. Give me a couple minutes. I got something more.
No, I was saying we've just started, gentlemen.
I got a lot of time tonight.
I don't even know how to follow that now.
Any follow-up? No. Well, there we go. Okay. All right. We'll just move right along. I think that was a perfect segue. Anthony, what is your number 12?
My number 12 is Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers.
Elaborate.
Again, you want to talk about films with interesting ideas. The idea of a cult, cults make for great stories and great fodder, and but this felt like an extended X-Files episode, and not a good one because Mulder and Scully aren't around. Um, the Thorn Curse and the cult and everything. It's interesting in theory, but again, you're talking about execution. Um, I went in my in my rant, if you want to call it that, at the beginning of this episode. I talked about how the more you try to explain Michael or tie him into, oh, this is his sister and things like that, the less scary he becomes. I think that implies that same thing goes with the cult too. So he was branded with this, like, oh, somebody taught Michael how to drive in the sanitarium because he was a cult member. Like, no, you don't over explain him. Don't try to give him this elaborate backstory. What makes Michael scary is he was just what was he, 6-year-old boy in the very first scene of Halloween. He was just a 6-year-old boy who snapped, and that's what made him scary. That's what makes him scary, not this whole idea that he's cursed and he has the mark of Thorn and like this the mysterious man in black who they never even explain in any of these movies. That's the thing about this film as well too. You want to call it the Cult of Thorn trilogy, this 5 and 4 or whatever. They don't explain it well. They don't wrap it up well at all. Nothing is explained. Like if you're gonna go this route, you have to explain it. But at the same time, you never should have gone this route because over-explaining makes it less scary. This movie was just bad. And then, Jamie giving birth to, it's just dumb. It's dumb. Um, this one for me is almost as bad as Resurrection. I do not like this film at all. Uh, yeah, I don't have, again, much to say on this one, but yeah.
I'm probably more pro Halloween 6 than you are, buddy. But I do acknowledge that it is a mess in a lot of points. I mean, there's of course the infamous producer's cut versus the theatrical cut. I know amongst many Halloween fans, the producer's cut is sort of held up as the gold standard. I really come down on the opposite side of that. I think the theatrical cut is the better version because, and by better, that's a really straining the adjective, but it's at least I think a little bit more cohesive in a way. Whereas there's so much that's introduced in the producer's cut with like the weird pregnancy and like maybe it's Michael's kid, maybe it's not. That never sat well with me. The whole cult of Thorn and the ceremony that happens, that was a little too much to handle. Like the theatrical cut sort of streamlines a lot of that and just makes it kind of just more of like just a straightforward thrill ride. And I guess a lot of it is too Halloween 6, they never actually completed the original version. So like even the producer's cut is not what the final version would have ended up being. So it's kind of like one of those like it's the best of a worst case scenario, but even then I think it's kind of more of a mess than it is anything that's kind of recognized as a coherent movie.
Well, not to mention too, right? This had was it this or 5? It's this, right? Yeah, Donald Pleasance's last performance.
Yeah.
Which great. I'm glad he got to do this. He did this till he died, literally. Uh,
90.
but yes. But you can tell this dude is on his deathbed. I admire him for doing the work, but he is just withering away before your eyes here. He's not the strong Dr. Loomis who you believe is a monster hunter. Like, I don't want to say phoning it in because I don't think he was phoning it in. I just think the reality of his age and his sickness or whatever really seeped through to the performance, and that makes it hard to watch as well.
Yeah,
Um,
it's bittersweet.
I'll just say this though, Phil. You said you preferred the theatrical cut to the producer's cut. I think they're basically on the same level. There are things in the producer's cut I hate, things in the theatrical cut I hate. Um, things one does better, things the other does better. I don't think it improves the movie at all. I'll say that, but I just really don't like this one, and it's a shame because, and I'll talk about this more later too. Um, the whole Jamie Lloyd, giving birth or whatever, like Jamie Lloyd's a great character, and I don't like how they handled her off screen here. But anyway,
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, I'll save more thoughts later. But Chris, what's your number 12, buddy?
Number 12 for me is Halloween Resurrection. I went back and forth though between this and Halloween 2 because I hate them both. But if I had to pick one that's not as bad, I'd go with Resurrection, but it's still a firm number 12 on this list. I also like nothing about it other than Michael's mask, which isn't saying much. We're talking about an aesthetic choice here. It's bad when the only thing to pick out of a movie is, oh, I like the way something looked, and that's what
Yeah,
I've got here. But I also think the concept is something worth exploring, I guess. But it was also made during that time when it felt like people didn't understand what the internet could do. It's like, oh, it's still new. You could probably build a rocket with an instant message. You know, it was made during that period, so it is what it is. Um, I don't. I have nothing good to say about this, and the them killing off Laurie actually doesn't bother me. The way they kill off Laurie is what bothers me.
Hmm.
It's a movie that I've tried to revisit and I can't get through it. I remember a few years back I was suffering from food poisoning at the time, and I was going in and out of consciousness. And this was on my TV because I had AMC playing. It was Fear Fest.
hmm
Even then, like medicated out of my mind, I said, "This is shit." So that this is firmly number 12. It could be number 13 if you ask me tomorrow. I can't stand this movie. There's
I,
nothing other than the mask.
I'm gonna message you tomorrow and every day until I see this one hit bottom of the list.
It might be tomorrow because now that I'm thinking about it, I actually dislike it more. I'm having flashbacks of Busta Rhymes in the suit.
That's saying something when food poisoning wins out over over.
I was heavily medicated. And I still couldn't stand this thing.
There you go. No, I mean I think that says it all right there, Chris. I have nothing else to add there. Um, okay, well that brings me to my number 12, and I did this was a real knife's edge, but for me it is Halloween 2007, the remake. Um, you know, on the one hand, it's an interesting movie because it's a modern, updated version of the original film. So you've got modern effects, modern gore, etc. That's cool. But this film does something which I think is, in a lot of ways, a cardinal sin. It tries to explain the unexplainable. And if this was just a straightforward story about a serial killer and how he becomes an icon, sure, I could probably get behind that. It's because it's just some random character. But when you're making a film about Michael Myers, a classic movie horror villain, essentially making him pure white trash and putting him in a scenario where his home life is broken, his stepfather is abusive, his mother is a stripper. I mean, like, there's just a lot of setup in this film where it's like, yeah, no shit. I'm not surprised the kid ended up a serial killer. Like, you know, that's one thing if you just want to tell that story about some random character, but when you're telling it about Michael Myers, the boogeyman, I don't want to know that. And I think you've demystified him with like setting up that whole background and explaining away everything. It's no longer frightening. I think Michael being 7 feet tall was a huge mistake. I mean, there's nothing frightening about it, just sort of like a lumbering idiot in a lot of ways. And I mean, probably the best person in the film, I think, is Malcolm McDowell. Again, he's doing his own thing. He's not trying to copy Donald Pleasance, but even then, like that's not saying much when like the rest of the film is just sort of either 30 minutes of origin story and then, about an hour and 10 minutes of essentially an updated version of Halloween 1978. It's like it's an interesting idea in theory, and again, this came out during a time where horror remakes were sort of in vogue, and so it made sense that Halloween would follow in the steps of Texas Chainsaw and Black Christmas and all that. But you can't touch perfection, and I think the first one was just so damn good that any attempt to remake it is just gonna suffer by comparison. So while again I do appreciate some of the more modern aesthetics and choices that were made, it's just a film that it just doesn't need to exist because we're given too much exposition and then everything else that happens, well, we've already seen before, and ultimately it was done better back in 1978.
I'm not one of these people who believes that I'm not ready to talk about this film in detail yet, but I do just want to acknowledge something you said, Phil. I'm not one of these people who believe anything is too sacred to remake, even while I may not agree it should be remade. I think everything's fair game. If the director has a vision or a writer has a vision, give them a shot at it. Whatever. I think the problem here is Rob Zombie clearly wanted to remake the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and they didn't give it to him. So that he took the slasher property he got his hands on and tried to turn it into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And that just doesn't work for the story of Halloween. And I think that is ultimately this movie's one of its biggest sins, in my opinion. But I'll get into that more in a bit.
All right, that's fair. Chris, any thoughts on Halloween 2007, or do you want to keep your powder dry?
It, I'll get it on
Okay,
my list.
that's fine. All right, Anthony, number 11.
Number 11 is Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
um, so there are things in this movie I actually really like. I like seeing Jamie's trauma, how from 4 carried over. She's gone mute. She is under Loomis's care in the asylum or whatever. I liked all that. What I don't like, you trade Rachel for Tina. They are basically served the same exact purpose. Rachel was a likable character, and you give us this awful, annoying, grating. Insert every adjective there. I don't want to say anything offensive, but Tina is just unlikable overall, and I can't stand her. Like you could have served the same purpose, keeping Rachel alive and having her be the heroine here, or one of the characters, but they made a weird choice there. Um, yeah, also this is the one with the really stupid, goofy cops, right? I don't.
Yeah, they have that clown theme that plays whenever they show up.
Yeah, like every time that happens, it takes me out of the movie. I'm like, are they trying to be a comedy or a parody or something? And I know people like them, but I do not. And look, by this point as well, again, I said it at the beginning. People like to make fun of Halloween kills for the evil dies tonight refrain. But by this point in the franchise, that is basically Loomis's purpose. He doesn't say those 3 words in order all the time, but he is basically like the devil's eyes, evil has returned, the blackest eyes in every freaking film. And while I like the character of Loomis and like what he serves, he's a Van Helsing, he's the old hat. He's confronting the monster every time. Like, it's just getting old. Say something new, old man. That's how I felt watching him in this movie. I'll say, though, like, Jamie, Danielle Harris as Jamie, she does not, and I'll talk about this more when I eventually talk about 4, but she does not get enough love. I think in more recent years she does, but she is a wonderful final girl in these movies. And, you want to talk about legacy sequels or whatever. If they want to do a legacy sequel again, next time don't focus on Laurie Strode, focus on Jamie. if you want to try something different. I really like her. I really like the character. Um, kind of sad she got sidelined, not sidelined, but she was mute for much of this movie. Um, yeah, Halloween 5. It's just not the worst, not the best. We're kind of in the middle right now for me, even though we're still in what I would call the mediocre side of the franchise overall.
The tears are coming down. Yeah,
That should be the show art for this one.
serious.
Made
Uh,
Michael cry.
yeah, there we go. Hashtag make Michael cry. There we go. Well, I will I will hold my thoughts because I have a lot to say about Halloween 5, but we'll get to it when we get to it. No, duly noted, Anthony. So I do appreciate you stepping into the lion's den on that one.
But also, just real quick, one last thought. Like the ending, it's you want to go back to what I hate 6. They don't make good on the ending. Jamie sees his empty cell and cries in despair, and then she never returns.
I didn't get the impression Jamie went to see the cell. I got the impression that was just here's a point of view.
Okay. I thought it was her seeing it.
I've never read it that. Maybe that was that the intention because I've never read it that way or saw it that way.
I thought that was the intention.
I just kind of saw it as that's the camera just doing camera shit.
But either way, okay, even if it's not her doing it, Michael still escaped, Jamie is still out there, and they never bring her back. She does this stupid thing like Laurie, where she in H2O, which we'll talk about soon, where she goes into hiding, but this time Michael never finds her again.
Following 2 is in your top 3, isn't it? The Rob Zombie one.
I'm keeping my powder dry right now.
I'm
Um,
scared.
no, it's Halloween. I guess we're all entitled to one good scare. Chris, what is number 11 for you, buddy?
I went with Halloween 3, the season of the witch. And what's funny about this one is I didn't realize how many people like this one until I made a post about it or two. I was like, oh, I am sorry, guys. I did not mean to offend. Um, I think that as a concept, going away from Michael Myers was strange in itself. And making it this kind of meta thing where Halloween exists was another strange concept in this already bizarre packaging. But the idea of it, I like the idea of it. These masks are triggered by something and they have, magic purposes. But then you tie it to Stonehenge, and I'm like, what the hell are we doing? There's a scene in the movie, it's a sex scene. And as it was starting, I was like, what is this movie? This lady is looking for her dead father's killer. This guy left his kids with a 6 pack of beer with this random stranger. They're not, what is happening right now? And I think it's what, like under 90 minutes or right at it. But this movie felt like 3 hours of my life.
It does
I
feel very long. I'll agree with you there,
It
Chris.
does. It drags on like a snail or something. And then when you get to like some cool stuff, like the lady dying in the hotel, it's like, okay, this is awesome. I like this. And then we're right back to those other two having a relationship. It's like, I just don't like it. Um, as far as like a redeeming aspect, ew. I don't know if I've got one for this. I don't despise it as much as I do like Resurrection or Halloween 2, but I don't like it. And this is one I don't think I will ever revisit. I don't think it's that entertaining, and the concept it's all in the like I said, it's all in the execution. Yeah, and it's just not well done. And I think that there could have been a cool movie here. There could have been, but it's not here. Not for me.
And I'll pretty much co-sign Chris because Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is my number 11 as well.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I remember the first time I saw this, again, this was like before you knew I was aware of like continuity and this I was Halloween 3 is on. Oh, this will be exciting, because I had seen Halloween 2, so I knew obviously, how that ended. So, oh boy, this will be exciting. And right off the bat, you can tell there's something different going on here because there's no Halloween music. It's a different Beast. I said, well, that's okay. We'll see what happens. And then, 20, 30 minutes in, there's no Michael. It's like, okay, what's going on here? And then, of course, he pops up on the TV, which, again, meta references are great, but let's not do it in a Halloween movie. I
It was
think,
branded Halloween.
right, well, exactly. That's really the thing. The movie's called Halloween 3, which, okay, maybe today you could have gotten away with it as a one-off, a spin-off anthology, but I have to imagine so many people. Well, I mean, this movie was reviled when it first came out, and so obviously, Halloween 4 is the return of Michael Myers. So I mean, clearly people went into this film thinking they were going to see more of what had been the previous
Mhm.
two. Maybe if it had been called Season of the Witch and there had been maybe a little tighter polish on the script, I think there is something there because there is a cool story about the nature of Halloween and the sort of the origins of the holiday, and I do like Daniel O'Harely's villain of Connell Cochran, or I believe his
Yeah,
name
Connell
was.
Cochran.
Yeah, I thought he was menacing and terrifying in his own way. Um, but again, like the inclusion of Stonehenge and you know Tom Atkins, running around with a six pack all the time, and like
All times.
yeah, like he's drunk the entire movie or next door to it. Like there's just a lot of interesting choices that are made, and this is one of those films where I can respect what they were sort of going for. Like, okay, they didn't want to continue Michael. I mean, I guess props there. They wanted to do something different, but it's uh it's not one that I have to revisit all that often. I
Mhm.
aesthetically, like the masks are really cool, and I think there is a unique vibe to it. It's just it's not a Halloween film. Like I mean, just bottom line, it's just sort of this random experiment that just did not work right. And I know people today are like, "Oh, that's the direction the series should go going forward." And I'm like, "We've tried it once, and I mean, based on the reaction even to
It's
Halloween Ends, like give people Michael Myers. Like that is what this franchise has been since Halloween 2. That's what Halloween 4 was all about. Like, again, I said at the beginning, stick to the formula. And this was a case of, no, we're going to throw the formula out the window. And I mean, well, we see what happened.
I'm
Again,
going to
yeah,
co
go ahead.
I want to co-sign because this is my number 10, so we can
Oh,
all
okay.
talk about it here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I'm actually glad you made us include this one on the list, Phil, because I know you said this isn't a Halloween movie, but it is. And people like to write it off like this isn't a Halloween movie because they like to, like, not you, but like people
No,
like to, oh,
yeah,
this perfect franchise, like, oh, that's just an outlier. It's not really part of it. Yes, it is. Well, you have to understand, you as in the listeners, you have to understand this is John Carpenter's vision from the beginning to do an anthology
Mhm.
series,
right.
not continue Michael Myers.
That's an
He
important detail that gets glossed over. This is what he had. This is why Myers and Loomis get blown up in two. This is
Correct.
why.
Because Rob Zombie, not Rob, oh Jesus, not Rob Zombie,
Haunting you.
John Carpenter came back against his will to do two, and because they would give him the budget for a movie he really wanted to make.
Yep.
So he was like, okay, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to end this so I don't have to keep doing Michael and Loomis. And that's why he blew them up, to Chris's point. And then money talks. So after three was a failure at the box office, the studio was like, find a way to resurrect Michael and Loomis. But it kind of makes me a little sad how like this is not a bad movie. It's about a Halloween movie. And
Right.
I hate saying that because again, it was his original vision, and as like somebody who has creative tendencies myself wants to write professionally, like if this was his vision, I wish the studio had let him. Like it's easy for us to talk now, oh, it never would have worked. But if this was originally, if he got to do this as number two and it just was an anthology series, we would never have known better. And I wonder if it would have taken off more if he was able to do this and then a third that was completely different from this one, et cetera, et cetera. There are some interesting ideas here. I love the mask stuff.
Hmm.
And to your point, Chris, like tying it to Stonehenge and the weird signal. Well, really would have made it cool. I remember the original one of the original endings they were toying around for Halloween Ends was you were going to find out the Michael Myers mask
Oh
was
yeah,
they were going to show it tied to Stonehenge and show these masks and everything like that and tie
yeah, the
it back.
Silver Shamrock Company.
Yeah,
Owned by Thorn. That would have been cool.
that would have been cool. And we'll talk more when we get to Halloween Ends, but I admire Halloween Ends. Like that David Gordon Green trilogy basically remade the first three Halloween
Yeah,
films in some ways, including they went as far as for Halloween Ends, they went as far as they could go with keeping Michael in the script, making it not about Michael, as the studio would allow. So I give them credit, and that just shows kind of the legacy I think Halloween 3 ends. They paid a lot of homage to that in Halloween Ends. Even with the opening title sequence, the blue and everything like
yeah,
that. Um, but yeah, this one, I don't know. There's such an alternate. There's somewhere out there in the multiverse. There's another timeline where this was the second Halloween film, and Rob Zombie, John Carpenter, got to do his original idea and just make anthologies, and I think that could have worked. Honestly, we wouldn't have known any better. I would
right.
have different Halloween set story every year in a different movie. That would have been really cool. Um, but as it stands, it's just this weird outlier in a franchise about Michael Myers at this point. And I guess I just come down to when you boil it down, good movie, bad Halloween movie.
Yeah, I mean, it
I agree
definitely
with
was
that.
ahead of its. It was. It was definitely ahead of its time. I think, obviously, if this had came out maybe even 10 or 15 years later, it might have found an audience. Just again, you figure 1982 or 83 when this came out, people like, okay, you see a new Halloween movie, you're going to assume, and fairly enough, oh, Michael Myers has to be in it. Like, this is not like the world we live in today where all these movies are announced 2 or 3 years in advance and we get all the details and the behind the scenes looks and the magazines and the articles. I mean, this is okay, a new Halloween movie's making, I mean, and that's all people would have assumed. Oh, okay, Michael's coming back. And obviously it didn't quite work out that way. But I mean, there's always rumors of this being reinvented in like a TV show, which
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose that that's the next step for the franchise until they wait, until they resurrect Michael on the big screen. I guess that's probably the way to do it, just to, yeah, because
100%.
I suppose there's something, if you did over 5 or 6 episodes, you could probably tell a more cohesive story as opposed to like a 90-minute, uh, rundown, which is kind of what this movie is.
There is an interesting story here. I would like to see somebody take another stab at it, but like you said, Phil, it would probably work better as a mini series or something.
Yeah,
Save people for the big screen with the banner
right.
Halloween.
I'd almost prefer, and this is not going to happen, but if when Trick or Treat 2 is released, if they had a simplified version of this story,
Oh
take
yeah.
out
That'd be
Stonehenge,
interesting.
just
Yeah.
focus on Mass doing something to the kids, I think that could be fun.
I mean,
Yeah.
look, Goosebumps was basically did that
Yeah.
episode. They
Yeah.
like their own version of it, and that was one of the best Goosebumps episodes. That one still terrifies me when I think about it. That one terrified me as a kid.
That's a
Uh,
good one.
yeah, so the concept is really good. It's just execution and the fact that they're calling it a Halloween movie. Uh,
Right.
but when you
That's
think
a great
about it,
commercial.
yeah. But when you think about it, it's no wonder Carpenter is so bitter at conventions and doesn't really, when he's asked about Halloween and stuff, he's like, I just get my royalty checks every year and I'm fine. And he's just, that's what it is to him. Because, like, when you think about what this franchise became, he never wanted to do a whole Michael Myers saga. He just had the original Halloween idea. He was forced to do two, and then this was his idea for how the franchise would continue. And it was just kind of blew up and taken away from him in a way. So it's no wonder he's so bitter.
To be fair, though, and no offense to John Carpenter, he's John Carpenter, but if you didn't want it to continue, Loomis shot him 6 times, as we famously know. Why didn't you leave him on the ground?
Well, again, because he thought, in very seriously, if this was going to be an anthology series from the beginning, like he planned, that's a wonderful way to end an anthology installment. Like the evil is still out there. And it just leaves you with this kind of gut punch. If they never revisited that, that's a wonderful, scary, unsettling ending. Like the hero shot the villain. He goes to look for the body and it's gone. He's still out there, and you're left with his breathing. That's an unsettling ending. I like that. I would have liked that.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just thinking like if you wanted to be like a final, like okay, we're moving on, just leave him dead on the ground and call it a day, and then do your silver shamrock thing.
He probably did not think it was going to be what it became, where the studio would
Probably.
ban sequels.
Well,
I
that's the thing. I mean,
How
Halloween
could you?
was yeah, I mean, it was a $320,000 budget movie. It wasn't like this movie rolled out to great fanfare initially. Like it came out slowly and then it built awareness. I think they were all caught surprised by the shock of this movie. Like
There
by
was
the face of it, Halloween is like a B movie that
Mhm.
is elevated through score and performances that makes it noteworthy. But I mean, I don't think anybody would have thought this film, oh, this is going to be a major movie. I mean, there's a famous story where they took it to like Warner Brothers and a bunch of other distributors, and they are like, yeah, we're not going to do this. Like, what the hell are you doing here? This is embarrassing.
Yeah, and you're talking about such low budget. They only had enough money in the budget for leaves to cover one property, so they got to
Yeah,
pick them up and dump them at the next house, and then the next house, because that's all they could afford.
yeah, it's. I mean, like I said, it's not the same world today. And I suppose you could look at it like, yeah, there were some sequels, but it wasn't like how it is now, where it's like, okay, let's get the sequel out, in 18 months. Whereas like, you were lucky at this point if you even got one movie made.
In a
Yeah,
way, it's a
there's like a
horror
trilogy.
equivalent to A New Hope, right? Because A New Hope for at the time was considered a really B sci-fi movie. That's what
Yeah.
Mhm.
the studios and George Lucas and everyone thought it was going to be, and then it took off. Like even when he was pitching it to studios, they were like, "What is this?" And then the score helped elevate it, and things
Yep.
like just like John Carpenter's score helped elevate this, and it took off and became this monstrosity that we're still living with today. And I say monstrosity in a good way.
Well, that's dependable, but
But yeah, I just think to reiterate what Phil said, back then you just didn't know. It's not the
yeah,
same world. Like these were nobody with money would have bet on these on Star Wars or Halloween, like to
no,
be the cultural touchstones it became.
no. I mean, the world has definitely changed in the last 44 plus years. But
And it would have leaked out Darth Vader was Luke's father
yeah.
years before the movie came out.
No, that's a sad part of the world we live in now. Spoilers are everywhere. Uh, but all right, Chris, what is your number 10?
My number 10 is Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Okay.
To kind of co-sign what you were talking about earlier, I think that the first 30 minutes are the worst part of it because I'm with you. I don't like humanizing monsters. It's not it's That's a consistent thing I do not like in movies. You have to really make it really good for me to appreciate humanizing a monster or a villain. Sympathetic characters should not be killers.
Hmm.
That's just the way I see it. And in this, that's really what they were trying to hammer home is like, oh, well, he's misunderstood. He had a hard life. Like, I don't care. I'd rather believe Thorne is injecting him with some kind of ooze to bring him back to life every 2 years or whatever. So that part I don't like. But when it becomes an actual remake of '78, that's like, okay, this is fine. I don't really love it, but this is fine. There's some cool visuals. There's a lot of carnage, which I've stated I love. So that works for me. I don't think the cast is as bad in this one. You do have Daniel Harris is I think she plays Annie, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think she does okay as Annie. Malcolm McDowell's Loomis does not bother me as much here. I also agree about having a 7 foot tall Michael. I think that takes away from the character
Hmm.
because if he is that big anyway, I mean, it doesn't. It's not as cool to see him doing what he's doing, in my opinion. Because you would expect someone like that can handle himself, or you would
Right.
think they would. They're taking shots at Danny Trejo, and it's like, oh well, I guess that makes sense.
Right.
If he was a normal sized guy, like, oh wait a minute, this is different.
Hmm.
So yeah, Halloween, Zombies Halloween doesn't entirely work for me, but I also don't need to throw it in a bonfire. That's kind of the way I would rank it. I'm not going to watch it a lot, but I will at least watch it every so often. I think it's not that bad as like Two or Resurrection. I think it's one of those films like if you had to watch a Halloween film you don't like, I would probably put this one on.
That's fair. That's fair. It's not Resurrection level.
No, she's no Sharon Stone.
No, she's that's right. That's right.
I'm still personally not ready to talk Halloween Rob Zombie yet.
You're giving me heart palpitations about this.
All right, so that brings me to number 10, and I was actually shocked that this movie ended up in the 10 spot, but this is what happens when you revisit something for the first time in a while. It is Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, which you know, clearly this movie, more so than the remake, is Rob Zombie's statement on Halloween, on Michael Myers, on Laurie, on Loomis. This is his signature to the mythology, and you take it for what it is. Um, I don't think this movie is some misunderstood masterpiece. I don't think it is a diamond in the rough type situation. I know it has been reappraised, reevaluated over the last, I feel like 15 or 17 years at this point since it was released.
Which is
And
crazy.
oh, it's mind blowing. I mean, this is like, where did time go? Um, but it is a unique exploration on how do people respond to traumatic events. And I think obviously Rob Zombie is not an A1 filmmaker. And so, in better, in more credible hands, shall we say, you probably could get some more mileage with this film and kind of how Laurie and Annie and Loomis and even Brackett are dealing with the events from the last film and kind of responding to Michael. I mean, Rob Zombie is sort of like in your face with it, which again, that's Rob Zombie style. But I have to at least give some credit, which again, I never thought I would be doing this, but I have to give some deference to, okay, he had a vision, and it's not necessarily a vision that I would embrace. Again, I think giving Michael mommy issues and having Sherry Moon Zombie walking around with the horse, that's a little too much. It's a little heavy-handed, but also just Sherry Moon Zombie should not be in this movie. Period. But I can at least respect he was trying something. And as I said earlier, a lot of the Halloween films which have been reviled or heavily criticized upon their release have been ones that take tremendous swings. And this film takes a tremendous swing. Um, Carnage wise and sort of the trappings. I mean, this is a brutal movie. I mean, just rewatching it the other night, I had forgotten how overly aggressive this movie is. I mean,
It's uncomfortable at parts. When he
it,
beats
it,
the kid in
yeah,
the woods, that scene always gets me.
it's a tough film. I mean, the opening with in the hospital, which I think is probably the best part of the movie in my opinion. Like that's fucking brutal, and it is terrifying at the same time. Like he did strike a good balance in kind of paying homage to Halloween 2, the original, in the first 9-10 minutes of the movie. It's
Shout out
just
to Oscar winner Octavia Spencer for
oh yeah, like I mean the way she goes down in this movie, like I mean it's terrifying. Like I mean it's a brutal on-screen death. I mean, there's no wonder she's an Oscar winner, but like it's uncomfortable to watch. I mean, and I think that is ultimately the design of this movie. It's meant to be in your face with the brutality and the violence, which again, that's his statement on the mythology. I only wish that the characters were a little bit more likable. Because, yes, I know you could say, well, they're all dealing with their pain and trauma. Fine. But if you want to get your audience to be invested in the characters, particularly Laurie, you've got to make them likable. And having Laurie with a Charles Manson poster in the her bedroom or whatever, that's not a way to make her endearing to the audience. So like there's a lot of rough patches, and I think a lot
I,
of it is more just the storyline and character points, but there's a there's a cool fall aesthetic and atmosphere in this film that the original remake doesn't quite capture. Like this feels like autumn in Haddonfield. It's very uh, atmospheric and even operatic in a way. Like I mean, whether you're watching the way it ends in the theatrical cut or even the director's cut, this is a very like operatic Halloween movie, and it definitely it takes a lot of swings. Most of them don't work for me, but I found myself saying, okay, I see what the vision here is with this film. And again, as much as I'm kind of not a fan of either of the zombie films, I give this one a little bit more credit because at least he's trying something. Again, it doesn't all work, and there were choices made that I can't accept, but it's at least something more than just a an updated version of the original film.
was the ironic thing, just to touch on something you said, Phil, and again, I'm not ready to talk about the film in detail yet, but you talked about you wish the characters were more likable, specifically Laurie.
Yeah.
It's interesting how Rob Zombie took Laurie, who was the most likable character in the original, and Annie, who is arguably the kind of bitchy friend and like the not great friend, like the peer pressure type friend, and made her the most likable character in his franchise, in his two films.
Her death is really it's probably the most impactful scene in either zombie film. I mean, even God love Danny
I was
Trejo,
gonna
but
say, I think that's the best.
but there's I guess what it is there's also the nostalgia bit with Danielle Harris because this is not just the Annie character, but sort of her overall connection with the franchise. I know it was like, oh, this kind of this was impactful because like they intercut it with like home videos of her or something. I mean they were giving her, I guess, a proper exit, if you will, that she never got from the original six.
I think she's also just a better actress than Scout Taylor Compton.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I think there's a reason Daniel Harris, has been around a little bit more than Scout Taylor Compton.
They-
Yeah,
They're best friends, though. They have a podcast together and everything.
yeah.
Yeah, everybody needs a sidekick that's not as cool as you.
Is that why you guys keep me around for DC Unlimited?
Moving on, moving on. uh, Chris, did you have anything else to add on H2?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I thought. And Anthony, you're keeping your powder dry, so
My powder dry.
okay. Well, that moves us on. We're moving right now to number 9. So, Anthony, what is number 9 for you?
I'm ready for the shocked faces and the looks of disappointment that are about to come my way. Halloween 9. Halloween 9. Number 9 on my list is perhaps, in my opinion, the most overrated Halloween movie, and that is Halloween H2O.
Have a good night, gents.
This movie does not do it for me at all. It's as high on the list as it is because it's actually a coherent film with a decent plot, but I hate where they took this Laurie Strode character. I hate Michael's stupid mask in this movie. I hate the college kids. I hate how they reused the Scream score for this film for half of it. I hate the damn ending that was completely retconned by Halloween Resurrection. This movie could have been higher for me if That movie, I'm sorry, you have to view it. You watch this movie knowing Resurrection came after it. She did not kill Michael Myers at the end. She killed a poor ambulance emergency services driver because Michael escaped and did an old switcheroo. Yeah, this movie, and this, again, Laurie in this movie, there's a reason I like the David Gordon Green trilogy so much because that, in some ways, how Laurie deals with her trauma is very similar. She's kind of an alcoholic in both films, but I bought it much more, and I preferred how she was portrayed in the David Gordon Green trilogy, where yes, it affected her, it ruined her life. What happened? She went into hiding, but at the same time, she didn't change who she was. She spent these years reconciling what happened to her in 1978 by building an arsenal and training to fight and everything just in case it ever happened again. This Laurie going into hiding, changing her name. Uh, I don't believe she'd be the dean of a school. I hate this movie. I hate this movie. And Josh Hartnett sucks in this movie with this stupid haircut. The best part of this movie is the freaking security guard who's writing romance erotica novels during his spare time. He was at least funny. But also the worst Michael Myers mask in the entire franchise. He looks like a goof. I would not be scared of him at all if I saw him looking like that. This movie's overrated. I don't get the love for this one. I have to believe half the love for this one is nostalgia, purely nostalgia. And because it gave Laurie her, if you want to call it an ending at the time, it kind of ended her story before they continued on with Resurrection. But god awful, not god awful, but pretty. It's not for me at all.
Again, Anthony's information, everybody, is all in the show. No. Well, I will hold my thoughts on H2O.
And
Chris,
I would, by the way, and I don't know if this applies to both of you. I know it applies to people I know out there who will be listening to this episode. Anybody who wants to have me on their show, whether it's a YouTube show, podcast, whatever, or if you just want to have a private debate, I am all for the debate. Why the David Gordon Green films and handling of Laurie is superior to H2O. This movie was not it. This is a slice of 90s nostalgia, and I get it. Nostalgia is a powerful thing. It's a powerful force, but people look at this one objectively. It is not that great. And she doesn't kill Michael in the end. The series proves that. Y'all can pretend she does, but
I will.
in the next film, she's making out with her brother and dies. So
there's a reason why we don't speak about that film. I call it the film that shall not be named.
We only acknowledged it tonight because we had to.
No, again, I'm under obligation. If it weren't for this show, I wouldn't even mention that film. I'll go back to pretending it doesn't exist. We've spoken on it. Now we're moving on. Um, that Anthony, I respect that. I respect that. So, Chris, what is number 9?
I'm still trying to catch my breath. Number 9 for me is Halloween Ends, which is a film I've softened on over the years. It hasn't been that long, but
It feels like it.
It feels like it, yeah. I really softened on this film because when I watched it the first time, I was kind of dumbfounded by it. I didn't realize that it wasn't going to have Michael, and I signed up for Michael. So it took me some time to be like, oh, okay, well, I should watch it with different expectations. It's just a Halloween film, and it's got a killer. Michael's in it somewhere. And when you look at it in that lens, it's just another movie, and not with your expectations that it's gonna be the other two. It's like, oh, okay. The concept is really cool. It's something I love. The idea of Michael passing the torch of evil, passing the blackest eyes onto someone else. I love that. I think that's fitting, and it also goes with, is he a man or is he something more? And I like how this movie kind of straddles that line in a way, because realistically, there was no way for him to survive the ending of Halloween Kills, at least not, being as well put together as he is in this film. So, I enjoy that aspect of it, that it kind of walks the line there. I do like Corey Cunningham. I don't really have an issue with him. I just wish there was more setup for him. I think it would have been great if he appeared in 2018, kills, and then this is where we get the most of him. I think some setup would have helped a lot. But for what we get, I enjoy it. I think it's enough for what it is in this film. I love the opening because it's so unexpected and it's so dark. You know,
Yeah.
it's rare when they really go the extra mile in killing a child on screen. Off the top of my head, there's only two or three movies that do it. Like Frankenstein tosses the little girl, or Frankenstein's monster tosses the little girl. That's one thing. Like, oh, that's horrible. Uh, Orlok kills a set of twins.
Throat tosses on the side, love it.
Yeah, it's a beautifully shot scene. Um, and that's kind of a rare thing in horror. So this was not expecting it, and the way the movie's shot is really nice. A lot of good visuals, and just I think the way that the story flows, how it's this gradual um, kind of rise to evil for Corey, and then at the end, Michael's like, "Nah, you're not me, bro," and he just that's the end of that. And you do get the final showdown between him and Laurie, which is probably one of the best encounters they've had in these films, if not the best encounter. Because it really is just them in the kitchen going at
Mm.
it. It ends pretty well with that. Um,
And Michael tries to utilize one of my worst fears in a kitchen, the garbage disposal.
Yeah.
which yeah, I don't even like touching my garbage disposal, but I think it's a well-made film. It's just not my favorite thing in the world because I do miss Michael being so prominent in it. But I also really appreciate what they were going for, and I think it's handled well enough for what it is. I just wish that, like I said, there was some extra setup to make this work a little bit better.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I will hold my thoughts on ends because, well, needless to say, I've been on that bandwagon from for the last 3 years, so we've got some time before we get to that one. But
I'm
I mean,
also going to keep my powder dry on him.
oh, that's good. That's good. But no, Chris, I think valid points. I was talking with Anthony DePuzzo from the Never Split Up podcast. We did a well. By this point, the episode will have already dropped, so you'll have all heard me talk about this film and gush about it. Um, but one of the points I made on that particular episode was if you love this film, you're right. And if you don't like this film, I think you're right. Like I think it's one of those films where your opinion, it's not like it's a, I mean, yes, all movies are subjective, but I think this is one of those films where there really is no objective truth, if that makes sense. Like it really is a film that it's just kind of like what your reaction to it is. Like it's a very visceral response.
I think the expectations were running really
Yeah,
high with this one, especially with the way one and two were received. You just kind of expected something specific here,
right,
and you don't get that. You get something else, which, like we talked about earlier, that's kind of the Halloween 3. You
right.
can call it the curse of Halloween 3 if you want.
Yeah.
They're going to do something different with a third one. Even if you look at the Jamie Lloyd trilogy, technically, four, five,
Oh,
six,
Yep.
yeah, you don't
Yeah.
even have her in it.
No,
right? They
six.
went wildly different. So,
It
third
does.
movie curse.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, the third movie is not good for Halloween. Um, this, though, I think it was a case. The marketing did say this is
That too.
a different kind of movie, which I get it. Like this would be hard to market, but there was definitely choices made in terms of how the studio sold this film.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's I suppose that's a discussion for a whole other day. Um, Number nine for me is Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. And oh boy, this is one where I have a lot of mixed feelings on because one, it is the last appearance of Donald Pleasance, and so right there, it has a special place in my heart. But it's one of those movies where there's a vision. There is an idea. Okay, you're 6 movies in, you want to try to give some explanation. And I think the theatrical cut does a better job at sort of keeping the mystery alive, whereas the producer's cut sort of goes into the whole town being involved in this cult and the power of Thorn. It just gets confusing, and it goes contrary to what Michael should be about, which is just a mystery, and we have guesses, but we don't know who he is or what he is. So for me, I always watch the theatrical cut, even though it does mean I don't get enough Dr. Loomis because most of his scenes were left in the producer's cut. But I think the theatrical is at least a more streamlined, straightforward, just sort of mid 90s slasher movie. Uh, there's a there's definitely an edge to this film, which is kind of an I wouldn't necessarily call it an upgrade, but it's definitely you can tell this is the 90s as opposed to Halloween 4 and 5 and 2, which were products of the 80s. This is a 90s film. It's a little grungier. It's a little got a bit of a gnarly edge to it. Michael is terrifying in this movie. I mean, there is something about the way he looks in the mask, and I think George Wilbur does a better job in this one than he did in Halloween 4. There's just something about, and I think maybe because they didn't make him wear the shoulder or the
Hockey pads.
the hockey pads. So I think that kind of takes away sort of the bulkiness that you see in Halloween 4. But
He's
this,
not wearing hockey pads.
That's what I was thinking.
we got a Dark Knight references. Yay. There's that scene when he's chasing the woman in the backyard and like she gets tangled up in the sheets and he comes at her with the axe. I mean, that scene is just burned in my mind. It's terrifying. Because again, you don't even see the inside, of the mask. It's just this, the blackest eye staring at you. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect film. Again, there's a lot of choices, and you know, I no disrespect to the screenwriter Daniel Farrens, but this is probably a lesson in why you don't let diehard fans necessarily write a Halloween movie because I mean, again, he did his research, he did his homework, but he was a fan first and foremost, and there's definitely a lot of that energy that bubbles up on the screen, and I think another writer, maybe a more seasoned screenwriter taking a pass at the script, could have done something with this film because I do think there is a unique idea here of trying to get to the mystery, but never really uncovering that mystery. So, yeah, I think another polish of the script, but there is a lot of cool stuff going on in this film. There's definitely a nice fall atmosphere. It feels like autumn. It feels like we're in Illinois. And again, as I said, Donald Pleasant's last film, so that has a special spot in my heart. I mean, because God love him, he was a trooper right until the very end with this series, and I mean, he's the reason the series continued for as long as it did. But I wish he could have had a better film to go out on because this is we get Loomis, but we don't get enough of Loomis. And interestingly, this is the only film where he and Michael share no screen time together.
Wow.
Oh yeah, actually,
Yeah,
that's true.
it's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there we go. Halloween 6 is number 9 for me. Uh, Anybody have any thoughts on that, or are we going to
I'm
keep our?
waiting.
Okay, that's
Hmm.
fair. That's fair. All right.
It's scaring me that we're climbing the ranks and you haven't talked about it yet.
Oh, everybody, what is the thing you said, or the line? Everybody's just entitled to a good scare.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we're moving right along. We're moving into number 8.
Number 8, I'm ready to talk about Halloween 2. Rob Zombie's
I
Halloween
feel
2.
better.
So
Chris can breathe.
I'll agree with everything both of you said earlier about Sherry Moon Zombie and the White Horse. She's an awful actress. That whole white horse subplot was nonsensical. I get what he was doing. It's a symbol of death or whatever. It just didn't work. The execution wise is awful. And Michael as the nomad here is weird to me. We get half of it. We get half a movie of him without a mask. It's dumb. And the mental connection between him and Laurie just doesn't do it for me. What I really like about this movie, though, Phil, you said it earlier. I like how it kind of pseudo pays homage to remakes Halloween 2 in the first 10 minutes. And like you said, those are a brutal first 10 minutes. And I'm
Yeah.
still not sure how she got out of it because they never show us if that was just a dream or actually happened, which I think it did. Um, I love that. Love the cameo from Octavia Spencer. Like she has such an interesting resume before she really took off as an Oscar-winning actress. Um, no, but what I really like here is the different ways in which Rob Zombie plays around with the idea of trauma and how this one traumatic night affected all the characters. So Laurie turns to drugs and partying. Annie becomes a recluse. Loomis, I know Chris had problems with Loomis's portrayal here, but I loved Loomis in this movie. I love that he let fame and power go to his head, and he's the expert on the devil, and he's going around, I asked for green tea, Tetley, more lemon, please. And because what I liked about it, Chris, is Rob Zombie's in on the joke. He goes on a talk show and he's usurped by Weird Al. Like he's just not taken seriously, and that's what I love about it. Um, and I love that you also have Brackett he took Laurie in and now he's trying to keep his girls together. I thought all of that was very interesting. Um, Phil, I really like the autumn atmosphere in this as well. And yeah, while Rob Zombie's first Halloween was clearly not his entire vision or what he wanted to do, this movie, for better or worse, is him through and through. Him unleashed. Um, and he was able to bring his vision to life. And look, I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing, but I will respect whenever a filmmaker gets to see their vision through. Um, I'm not complimenting Rob Zombie per se. People who know me know my feelings on him. He is to horror what Zack Snyder is to comic book movies, and I stand by that. Um, but
All the emails and messages, you guys got Anthony's information.
no, but this one, I do not think it is as bad as the reputation it has. Um, it's not my favorite. I don't go out of my way to rewatch this one often, but I'll rewatch it over everything I've ranked below it, including H2O.
That's a strong take.
And again, I'm curious because when you think about he wanted to make a Halloween 3 in 3D and stuff like that, or that was the original plan, I wanted to see where he was going to go. Was Michael still alive? Was Laurie going to become new Michael? Because that kind of goes to the original ending of Halloween Ends too, how Laurie was supposed to get infected with the darkness. It's cool how these films kind of borrow ideas from one another or influence future films and stuff like that. But we'll never know in a world. But I do have a funny story here which will make both of you laugh. So I tracked the making of this movie obsessively because it's a Halloween movie, number one, but also of my feelings on Rob Zombie's original Halloween, which I'll talk about in a bit. Leave it at that. But I remember like the set photos and the set reports and set visits and things. I don't know if it was Fangoria or Bloody Disgusting or whatever. Somebody wrote Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 has the potential to be the Dark Knight of horror movie sequels. And so I was pumped. Obviously,
Wow.
that did not occur when it was released, but the way they were talking about it in the lead up when they were filming this movie, I was like, oh man, this is going to be great. It is not a great movie for the record, but
I,
How do you even connect the dots on that thing?
that's a massive jump, or I mean, whatever they're smoking, I'd love to try some.
However
But
much they got paid, I'll let me talk about movies for that.
right, honestly, no, I mean, yeah, please,
What if it
I'll
was
do
Winnie
it.
the Pooh verse movies?
Yeah, I'll take back everything I said about Bambi. Okay.
That was
Um,
Oppenheimer, apparently.
right, it was honestly a diamond in the rough. I think it's worth noting as as critically reviled as the zombie films are, and in this case, just take the original one. It was a successful film financially. It was until the David Gordon Green movies the most successful film in the franchise. So when you sort of take it in that account, obviously now hindsight is 2020, but there was interest in this film. Like, I mean, again, if I think even if you look at the trailers for it, it's again, this goes back probably to marketing, but it did seem to suggest a different movie than ultimately what we end up seeing on the screen. Um,
I do want to say one other thing though, Phil. I'm sorry before we move on.
no, yeah,
I said earlier, even though I didn't talk about the movie yet, that it seemed Rob Zombie wanted to remake the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Halloween instead. Well, for this one, in a lot, and there were vibes of this in the first one too. Michael is not Jason. Michael does not have mommy issues, and he really leans hard into this, and like to the point where it became very Jason, Mrs. Voorhees, and that's not who Michael is, and that's a big mark against this film, in my opinion.
oh yeah, no, the my thoughts on Sherry Moon Zombie and that whole sequence. Again, she should not be in this movie, period.
Oh, look, and I'm not knocking him for casting his wife. Filmmakers do that all the time, but at least Burton's partners can act.
That's the big thing.
Bingo. Yes, that might make this a little bit more tolerable. I mean, it's a cringeworthy sequence, and it doesn't fit with Michael's MO. But yes, if we were talking about a different actress here, I think it could be a little bit more tolerable.
This is just my opinion, but Rob Zombie does not attract a lot of talented people to his films,
No.
Because
and
he's the
I
Zack Snyder of horror film.
anyway, he does not attract a lot of talented people to these films, and it just is what it is. Like if you look at his entire filmography,
Right.
it's mostly just recycled actors who will step in. Okay, we did one. What are we doing next? Okay, I
Right.
guess we'll do that too. And you could argue a lot of directors do this, but I mean, you look at Kevin Smith's filmography. He had Ben Affleck in them. He's had other stars in his films, or most recently James Gunn. James Gunn gets top tier talent a lot of the time in
Right.
his stuff. You can argue the quality of the movies all you want, but someone like Nicholas Hoult, who is essentially a rising star right now, has signed on to do who knows how many appearances as Lex Luthor.
Right.
Rachel Brosnahan, again, who knows
Yep.
how many appearances as Lois.
Yep.
Even John Cena to a degree.
No,
So
fair.
Zombie attracts Sherry Moon level people,
Yeah.
and that's his realm, and that's why I think his newer stuff goes direct to streaming or some hole in hell. I don't know, some cave you have to swim to on a remote island. I don't care. I'm not going. But
It, it
you know,
it's like he attracts talent in the same way a certain person who infects all of our lives attracts talent. He attracts Kid Rock, where other people attract somebody like Lady Gaga to sing for them.
that just gave me a weird visual of Lady Gaga in Halloween 2 instead of Sherry Moon, and I still don't.
Would have made it infinitely better.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I know about it.
I
mean,
think unless you're getting like
after we saw her as Harley Quinn, I don't know. So
I was gonna say unless we're getting like I don't know Glenn Close or something. I don't think we're getting that much of a difference here.
no, no, that's a very fair point. It's
What if they cast Meryl Streep?
Yeah, okay, sure, but we're not getting that.
no, Meryl
Then
Streep
again,
in a
there's
Rob
stunt
Zombie
double
film.
that never got a job because Meryl Streep doesn't do action. But hey, I kind of look like Meryl. That's who you'd get.
Right, right. Yeah, wanna be
That's an
Meryl.
insult to Meryl.
It's not. Meryl Streep is a national treasure. She just never has. I don't think she's ever done an action movie.
No, I
She's
mean that you said she kind of looks like Meryl.
a stunt woman, yeah.
Uh, oh, a
Oh
stunt.
no,
Oh,
not
yeah, I thought
Sherry.
you meant
No,
Sherry.
Sherry Moon has her own look, and I'm not complaining on that. That's fine. But I said Meryl Streep has a stunt woman who's never got any jobs because Meryl Streep doesn't do action. Sorry, just to clarify.
No joke though, while we're on the Meryl Streep train, I could see her. She'll never do it, but she'd make a killer Mrs. Voorhees in a Friday
She
the
would.
13th remake.
A little old though. Like I wouldn't buy that Jason was a child and she's his mother.
No, but
This is
I could look
grandmother.
past it if they cast her as Mrs. Voorhees. I'd be like, yeah, let's see the performance she gives when she goes all when she shows up at the end. And
Yeah,
goes all,
watch
I
her
had a
with
son.
the axe.
Yeah. His
Double
name was
product
Jason.
rate.
No, that's how you raise the stakes for Friday the 13th film, right there. Let's see. All right, so Chris, what is your number 8?
This might upset somebody, but my number 8 is actually Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
Ah,
Yeah, there it is.
ah.
This is one. I think this movie makes Dr. Loomis a psychopath.
Yes, it does.
I think he's terrible. Donald Pleasance is terrible in this film. He is creepier than Michael Myers in some scenes. There's a bit where Jamie is crying on her bed and Loomis is grabbing her. Help me! Why won't you help me? Just tell me. And the kid is like traumatized. She's a mute at this point, and you're going nuts on her. Like back, like everybody gets it. Michael's bad. We all know it. But Loomis is like an agitator or something. Like I don't want to be in that hospital with Loomis. I'd rather be with Michael at that point.
First of all, he's never proven to be a good doctor because he let Michael escape a million times.
He didn't do it, but we'll get to that. Yeah, I really do not like Loomis at all in this movie. I think he's terrible, and the way he interacts with Jamie is terrible. So that's one strike against it. I also think, and this might be a hot take, the character of the character of Jamie is ruined here. I think all the goodwill you built in 4 with her being a capable child is completely undone in 5 because all she does is cry for most of it and scream, and then when she's verbal again, she doesn't do anything except run and cry and scream again. So I think it just kind of ruins the character, and I really wanted to see a proper continuation of what Jamie would have done post Halloween 4. And yes, I understand trauma. She was a child. She experienced all this stuff. So I do get the mute part of it. I didn't have a problem with that. It's the way she's used. She's basically used like Kim Basinger in Batman 89. She's there to scream and be an issue. That's what she is. And
Yeah,
then,
but at
like,
least Batman wasn't here to insult her weight.
I mean, Loomis does a little bit more, I think. Loomis might. That's probably the only thing Loomis didn't do. And then there's also like, I don't mind stretching logic for any film, especially a horror movie, especially the Halloween series where Michael was blown up and brought back to life. I don't mind stretching my imagination. How did 2 children go from a mental asylum, a mental clinic, just gingerly walk out and find their way to a random farm that's in the middle of nowhere on foot? Like, I don't mind stretching logic here, but what the hell was this? So there's that. And then you mentioned earlier, Anthony, with Tina. I don't understand the motivation with Tina, but what bothers me more about it is the retcon of killing the mother. And there's no explanation for why Rachel is where she is. We're just thrown in and, oh, okay, she's in a new house. Oh, she has a roommate all of a sudden? Is the other girl a roommate too? I don't know. Don't know. So 5 has a lot of holes I don't like. And then the ending, like we talked about earlier, the ending is abrupt and weird. It's just a weird thing. You see him in chains, and you're like, okay, they're treating him like a criminal and not Michael Myers. Like I'd expect to see like Charles Manson in chains. This is not Charles Manson, and he's just kind of hanging in that cell with a dour look on his face or the mask. And on that note, I hate the look of this Michael Myers. This is hands down for me the worst look he had throughout all 13 films. I will take CGI highbrow Michael from H2O over this crap. I don't know why they went with the longer neck. I don't know why he's so puffy looking.
He is puffy looking.
He's oddly, he looks like a caricature of Michael Myers. So, like you go to Spirit and they have the real Michael Myers costume you could buy, like the expensive ones, like $60. But then if you go to like Dollar General, they have Mike Myerson, and that's what this costume is for $5. So yeah, plot holes bring it down. I don't like the characterizations. I think they lost their groove with this one. They got drunk on their own sauce. The Thorn stuff is just there to say, hey, we're doing something. What we're doing, we don't even know, but we're doing something.
It's literally the X-Files, so they set up the mysterious man in black, and never really paid him off by the end.
Right. And I mean, it does have some cool kills, but it's not enough to make this any higher ranked for me. I'd still watch it. I don't hate it, but I like my next pick a lot more. That's where we're at.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's
Sorry
fair.
for the rant.
It's all good. No, like I said, I've been shocked twice tonight, so that's good. That's good. Um, all right, so number eight for me, and I will probably get some flack on this one, but it's okay. You can send your comments to me, everybody. Number eight for me is Halloween Kills. Now,
Oh no! They insert the Loomis gif. No, no.
I'm actually really surprised by that one.
yeah, so I I love this film from the standpoint it is a fun, wild, bloody amusement park ride. It really does feel like we're on Halloween the ride or Halloween the Funhouse. You know, you go through, you get the flashback, you get some recurring characters like Brackett and Marion popping up. Michael is on a rampage in this movie. He is definitely the most brutal, arguably since the zombie films in this particular one. I mean, there are some kills here that just, I mean, it lives up to the name. It is Halloween Kills. So I love it from that standpoint. I think the score is one of Carpenter's best. It's chilling, it's operatic, it's
Operatic is the perfect word. I love
yeah.
the reworking of the main theme over the title sequence.
That I think it might be the best version in the trilogy. I think this opening sequence. Um, the flashback itself, I would love to see a movie shot in take us back to 1978 or early 1980s and do a retro film because they clearly captured the vibe and the look. I mean, it feels like Dean Cundy is behind the camera in this film, and I believe he was even consulted a little bit. So, I mean, the lighting, even though they're in a studio for the flashback sequence in Haddonfield in the Myers house, it feels seamless, like we are continuing from that night in 1978. The fact that Loomis is there and there's no CGI or sort of digital morphing. It's just an actor, or I think he was the prop manager who just happened to look a little bit like Donald Pleasance, and then little prosthetics here, but like it's frightening. Like when the first time I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, this has got to be like some sort of digital mashup of Donald Pleasance, but
I
it
thought it was
was.
a deleted scene that we'd never seen.
No, seriously, like it's that believable. It fits. The mask is very. It's as close to the original as we're going to get, which is quite impressive. So there's a lot to love about this film. I know Evil Dies Tonight. People, love to make that out. It's really not that bad. It only happens a handful of times in the film. I mean, it's sort of become the meme of this film. I mean, I said it tonight. Evil talks tonight or Evil records tonight. But it's not that bad. It's
And people are missing the point of that line. When it's repeated, it's all about the mob mentality,
Well,
spurring
that's the thing.
mob.
Bingo. It's part of the movie's theme, and so I've never had an issue with it. My problems with this film, however, and this has been something I have noticed on a yearly rewatch, is there's a lot of great moments and scenes, but there never feels like there's a full cohesive storyline from point A to point B. It is very much a middle chapter in this trilogy. It makes the same mistake, and I would argue to an even greater detriment that Halloween 2 did, which Laurie is basically sidelined in this movie. Now, we of course get the revelation, or she gets the revelation, that Michael was never after her, so it kind of blows a hole in her whole 40 years of prepping for him. But again, you don't sideline Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode, and like that's basically all. Like she attempts to leave the hospital once and then gets injured. And again, I know they sort of were finessing it with, oh, she's been injured, so whatnot. But like at the same time, this is a Halloween movie, so like the credibility and like the logic kind of goes out the window. Loomis has like been thrown through windows, and he still gets up and keeps going in every movie. But putting all that aside, the the themes of mob mentality, like I think it's a strong point, but the movie tends to be a little heavy-handed with it. And there are moments where the script is sort of telling us what is happening as opposed to just sort of letting it marinate in the nuances. Like there's the scene where the the patient, Mr. Tavalli, they again mistake or think is Michael, which I mean that's a whole other issue. Like, okay, yes, he's wearing the Smiths Grove uniform, but like, come on, guys,
5 feet shorter.
the Penguin is not
Penguin.
Michael Myers,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like Danny DeVito's Penguin.
Yeah, so that whole sequence and like Brackett like going, oh, now he's turning us into monsters. Like it just it's a little forced. And for me in a lot of ways, this film just sort of in a lot of ways it really doesn't go anywhere. Like in many ways, this trilogy to me 2018 it ends feel much more connected. I know this film is obviously the bridge with the massive carnage and of course what happens to Karen at the end, but it just sort of feels like a random, let's just crank up the excitement and just do a love letter to 80s slasher horror, which is again, I love that as much as the next person, but if you're trying to tell a cohesive storyline, I think this is the fly in the ointment of the trilogy. I think this film creates the problems that ends rectifies to the best of its ability, but I think this film this is where things sort of went off the rails. And again, as much as I do enjoy it, because I do think it is a very fun, exciting film, but upon rewatching it, and again, I've rewatched the three David Gordon Green films back to back to back last week, and this one it just sticks out. There's a lot more holes in it than even I would have acknowledged back when it first came out 4 years ago. So it's a fun movie. It's Halloween the ride, but it definitely suffers from being a middle chapter.
So I want to address two things. One, you said Michael is that very brutal one here, probably his most brutal since the zombie movies. I'd say he's also his most iconic in this movie because now when you Google Michael Myers, all you get is him coming out of that house in the fire with the fireman's axe or
Oh no,
whatever.
you're right about that.
Mhm.
That's number one. And number two, I said this when Halloween Ends first came out, and I'll talk about this a bit more when I start getting into the David Gordon Green trilogy. I think if you combine Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, it makes a better movie. Halloween Ends, the last third with Laurie and Michael, and then the procession to the dump and everything is a perfect coda to the mob mentality thing. It's like Haddonfield releasing their demons or whatever to see this guy killed and dumped in the dump, whatever. That ending, if you put that on to the end of Halloween Ends, like Judy dies, Laurie goes to have her final confrontation, and then it's a procession to the dump. I think that would have made a far more satisfying sequel and ending than if we just had Halloween Ends and Halloween Kills as two separate movies. But I'll talk about that later.
I forgot about the funeral part. I actually hate that part.
Any other thoughts? Well, we'll save it. That's fine. All right. So moving along, Anthony, number 7, buddy.
I still want to talk Halloween too. I want to talk uh John Carpenter's Halloween 2, which end again send heat my way. What I would call the last of the back half slash mediocre bad Halloween movies. Everything I've talked about up till now, including this one, is I would put in the mediocre category of this franchise. And that starts with Halloween 2. You can tell right away that Rob Zombie, that John Carpenter didn't have his heart in this movie like he did in the original Halloween. Um, Besides sidelining Laurie, which again I would point out, what kind of final girl is this? She does nothing in this film. Um, you have I hate. I hate it in Scream. I hate any horror movie that takes place even partially in a hospital because it's always an empty, dark building with nobody around. And this is a whole movie of it. I just hate that conceit. Um, there are some cool shots here, like Michael bleeding blood from his eyes. Uh, Loomis's final confrontation with him, where him and Michael both blow up or whatever. The kill in the hot tub was pretty cool. But overall, this movie is just kind of boring to me. Not only is it boring, but it also puts into place the piece of mythology that they stuck with for so many movies that completely ruined this franchise, which was relating Michael and Laurie. I'm sorry, but even before the Gordon Green trilogy that retconned that, I was never a fan of Michael and Laurie being siblings. Again, it ruins the mystique and scariness of that original movie where Michael saw these girls walking down the street and decided to target them randomly. But Halloween 2, yeah, I would say it's not a bad movie, but it's a boring movie, and that's almost a worse sin for me. And I'll leave it at that. There's not much to say here. Except that until the Gordon Green trilogy, this is the best Michael's Mask has looked since the original.
Hmm. That's fair. Well, I'll save my thoughts on Halloween too. uh, Chris, unless you have anything to add.
Oh, I have one more thing to
Oh
add.
yeah.
And it makes no sense. Marianne Chambers is running around with a marshal from the state to arrest Dr. Loomis. That just makes no sense.
Well, he was under orders from the governor. They wanted to bring him back. Well,
What does a random nurse have to do with that?
He's his buddy.
yeah,
Like, they work for like okay, like
Uh,
if we were coworkers and I had to help somebody find you, like where's Anthony?
I was about to say,
Uh,
I was about to say if Ron DeSantis puts a warrant out for my arrest, Chris, are you gonna hop in with a marshal to come find me? I know
will
this
find
guy.
your
He's probably at
Halloween Horror
Universal.
You're hanging outside the Terrifier house. I know where you're at. I'll warn you, and then I'll go in the Terrifier house, and you could escape. Like, he's in there. Let's go. We gotta get through this line.
he went that way.
I get to go in the Terrifier. It's a win-win for
There
everybody.
you
You
go.
get away, I go on the attraction, you know?
You get to pull a Scooby-Doo exit.
Yeah,
So yeah, Halloween 2. I have nothing else to say about this one.
other than you love it.
Good to know. Good to know. All right, Chris. So, moving right along to you, buddy. What is your number 7?
So, like Anthony was saying, the way he's kind of past the mediocre stuff, so I'm past the dog shit level films, what I consider the okay films, and now we're getting to the ones I really enjoy. And I am the highest on this one of the three of us, clearly. It's Halloween Curse of Michael Myers.
Okay.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, yes. We're going in on this one. Um, I don't hate the Thorn thing. I am with you guys that having Michael as a puppet sort of character takes away from him,
Hmm.
but I also think it can add to him in a way because it makes him more of a mindless killing machine. Like he's just programmed to do it. So that makes that he's even more robotic in that sense. He's evil and he's a robot. Let's put them together, you know? So I do like I don't hate the Thorn thing. I kind of like it. I love the opening of this movie. The first 25 minutes just blow by, and you get so much in them. You get Jamie delivering a baby out of nowhere, Jamie escaping. You get a cool murder with the nurse getting her head on a spike. You get a car chase, and then you even get that cool farm kill, which that kill has always stuck with me for some reason, just because it was kind of unique in a way. Also, I would agree with you, Phil. The mask is really nice in this one. There's a really it's a good looking aesthetic for that. As far as like the characters go, and this is what I felt every time I watch it. I don't buy that it's father and daughter because they look close in age. So that's always startling to me. Like, oh, this is her father. I always think it's her husband and that's her mother. Like the
Hmm.
mother-in-law lives with them. I always take it that way until they clarify later. So but the characters I think are fine. The thing is, this movie is very much a product of the 90s.
Hmm.
It has the same look as the Crow City of Angels and kind of the same reputation as the Crow City of Angels. Um, Paul Rudd in this, I think, comes off way creepier than they intended. Like, I think he was supposed to come off as like this heroic good guy. He comes off as like if you push him a little bit, he's gonna turn to Michael himself. I'm not.
Would you guys have liked if they actually got him back as Tommy Doyle and ends like they or in kills like they tried to, but scheduling wouldn't let him?
I would have
It would have been cool to see him play a different version of Tommy.
a less creepy, more normal human being.
Right.
But
A real person.
right, I do like him in this movie though. I don't like it that. Well, I'll get that in a second. But I think it does a lot of cool things in it with the use of Michael and him just kind of popping up and really getting vicious with some of the characters. Like you mentioned, Phil, the thing where he's chasing the mom in the sheets.
Yeah.
I also like the throwback that has to the original with the sheets. I think that's cool. It's a cool visual to throw back to. Um, I like the carnage, of course. The music, it's kind of like they left the theme behind in this one, and that I don't appreciate.
Mm.
I feel like Loomis is underused, but he also has such a weird introduction in this movie. It feels like something from a sitcom. Like there was missing a laugh track because he looks directly at the camera and says something, and then it fades away from it. I was like, what the hell was that? So that's kind of just a fun thing to me. Um, if I have an actual like something I really don't like about this movie, it's the way Michael is defeated.
Mm.
Paul Rudd is beating the crap out of him with a pipe is one of the weakest endings this series has. Um, and I get he was injected with God knows what, but we don't know what is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, Chris, but at least Paul Rudd defeated Michael Myers, unlike Laurie Strode and
I see what you're trying to do here. And I'm not gonna. This is not the bait gift, sir. um, so that'd be my only complaint. The rest of the film, it's weird. they take a lot of swings. Most of them don't hit anything. They're just air balls essentially. But I think it's fun enough where when I rewatch this one, I just take it for what it is. It's less than 90 minutes. It's an easy watch. I get some carnage, and I don't hate the characters. And plus, Paul Rudd creepy is kind of fun. I don't know why he hasn't done more creepy roles. It really works for him,
He's
unintentionally or intentionally.
no, he's entertaining in this film,
Yeah. And
in a
just the
weird way.
idea of them circling back to Tommy Doyle and him being
Yeah.
such a foil for Michael Myers, I think is a really cool idea that they clearly saw they saw the potential in it as well later on.
No, I mean this was the first one to say, yeah, let's go back to revisit what happened to those kids, which is sort of interesting. This was the first film to actually tap into that. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
know there's some speculation that Lindsay is in Halloween 4, but
Yeah.
this is like the first blatant, like, all right, we're gonna bring back Tommy Doyle.
Yeah, despite it was Lindsay and Tommy were in for. So
Yeah.
this was they split. They said it. This is Tommy Doyle. He survived, and even when he explains it, it sounds like he didn't want to survive or so. It's very weird. His dialogue
Yeah.
delivery is. It's his first movie. It is what it is.
Yeah, it was his first movie.
Yeah, it's charming.
I also don't buy. Anyway, I'll talk about it later, but I much preferred Anthony Michael Hall's. I don't buy Tommy Doyle as Paul Rudd played him. That's
He's
in my
too
head.
human. He's not a real person. He's just kind of this creep that looks in the windows and waits for Michael Myers to come home. Literally, that he's stationed across from the house just waiting. Is he home yet? But I enjoy the movie, so I can't complain too much. It's got cool stuff in it for me.
It is entertaining. It
Yeah,
is entertaining.
that's the bottom line for me. It's entertaining.
I mean, that's the thing with all these films. Like they're entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, not too much heavy lifting on that end. But okay, all right. So that brings me to my number 7, and well, this one I know will probably get some shock and some maybe some awe. I don't know, but this has been a very interesting year for me. Let me just say that, with a lot of rewatches of these films and revisiting them and sort of putting everything into its place in perspective. So, number 7 for me is, and I'm sorry if who gets offended by this one, but it's actually Halloween 2018 at number 7, which again,
I'm shocked.
no, again,
Yeah.
like I said, people who know me have known that I have held this film in high regard for a long time, and I still do. I don't think it is some movie that's aged poorly, but sort of looking at this movie, well, let me start with what I think is really good about this film. This film got the mask right for the first time in a long time. Like this is a really good looking mask. Number two, they captured a fall aesthetic, and it feels like we're in Haddonfield again. It makes Michael Myers the boogeyman, which I think is also an important element that was sort of fading away as over the last few films. It wasn't quite as prominent, particularly thinking of the zombie films. Um, there's a lot to enjoy with this film. It brought Jamie back for the first time since the film that shall not be named. Um, but all that being said, it's it is a movie that, as I said earlier, the most successful films in this series have been ones that I think have generally played it safe or stuck to the formula. And this film delivers, I think, a very let's not ruffle too many feathers kind of Halloween film. And I think that was the perfect film for 2018. But looking at it now with the context of the last 7, almost 8 years with it, which is just crazy to think about that we've had this movie almost a decade, there are some holes in it that I think are harder to ignore on subsequent rewatches. The involvement of the Sartain character. I get what they were going for was kind of like a the inverse of Dr. Loomis. It I don't know. This last time rewatching it, it just left me scratching my head like, okay, this is the mastermind who's behind this whole ordeal. Like it's just sort of it's bizarre. And another point, and I have always sort of ignored whenever this critique has come up, but it was harder to ignore it this time. This film tries to have it both ways. It exists in a world where only 1978 is canon, so we just have that one film. But at the same time, it tries to act like Michael was also this bigger force than he was. And I think that's where it gets a little sticky because if you're just using the 1978 film, that means you're immediately discounting Halloween 2 and obviously all the other films that kind of built up the myth of Michael Myers. And so I feel that is a situation where the movie wants to sort of have it both ways. It wants to be, all right, we're a direct sequel to 78, but we also need Michael to be larger than life and kind of this ever-present force. And there's a character in the film was like, the guy killed three people one night 40 years ago. Like it's a terrible thing, but it's not that big of an ordeal. And
But
go ahead.
no, go on.
No, I'll just say the last bit, and this is where it really jumped out to me. Laurie spends 40 years preparing for Michael, and obviously she doesn't know that Sartain is the mastermind behind their, reunion. But you spend 40 years preparing, building your house into a cage, and yet when the moment finally arrives, you you don't stay and make sure the job is done. You don't like okay, yes, they set the house on fire. He's left in there, but I was sitting there saying to myself, watching this, like, what, like, shouldn't she maybe just wait, like, just make sure, like, again, we have the context of the first film. He somehow was gone after getting shot 6 times. You haven't wounded him. He's been cut. He's got his fingers blown off, but he's trapped. He's supposedly in a basement. Like, maybe you wait just to make sure. Let's see them bring the corpse out. And I get it. She's been stabbed, but I'm like, 40 years of planning, and you're not going to make sure the guy that's been haunting you is actually good and dead. Like, I was like, oh, that kind of like it's not enough to derail the film. And I'm like, you've spent the whole movie, I want to kill him, I want to kill him, but yet you just trap him inside your basement and set the house on fire, and then you don't even wait to see if he gets set on fire. You just, oh, we gotta leave. So again, I do love this film, and again, I love pretty much all these films with really just one exception. Like I, I I credit this film for bringing Michael back, for reinventing the franchise for a new generation. But you know, we've mentioned films that may be overrated. This one might sort of, I think, fall into that category. Not maybe it doesn't go completely into it, but it's definitely dancing around it. I think, well, I'll say my thoughts on ends in a little bit, but I think this is it's good, but I don't think it is as good as some of the others. I'll just say that. Anthony looks like he wants to kill me.
I'm not ready to talk about this one in detail yet, but I do want to push back on your assertion that it tries to have its cake and eat it too, because I don't think that's the case. The one character, like you said, calls out he killed 3, 4 people one night 30 years ago. What's the big deal? More people die every day by gun violence or whatever he says. Which so Michael's a big deal in the mind of Laurie, and the people he immediately affected. Tommy Wallace, as we learn, Tommy Doyle, Lindsay Wallace, Um, but he is not a big deal to like he's not this mythic stature, which is why the kids are saying that. Like he's a mythic stature to everyone who dealt with him and lived through that trauma. I don't think and I think that's probably I want to say true to life. Like if somebody broke in here this evening and tried to kill me, I'd be living like that for the rest of my life, right? And you guys would be like, well, what's the big deal? You survived, you just scraped your arm with a knife or whatever, right? But in my mind, that's like the worst thing that could ever happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I'm building him up into this giant myth, but he's always going to loom larger than life in my mind, even if he won't in the minds of everyone else. So I don't think they're trying to say, oh, he's this big mythic figure. I think they were trying to make the point he is in the mind of Laurie. And in the sequels, he is in the mind of Tommy and Lindsay and the people who encountered him, but he is not in the greater minds of everyone.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's how I viewed it anyway. But anyway.
All right, well, you're it, buddy.
So we are officially past the mediocre bad stages for me to the good / very good / excellent tier of Halloween movies. And I'm gonna kick things off with one I think is woefully underrated, and that is Rob Zombie's Halloween. I think this one, I am not a Rob Zombie fan in general. I think this is probably the best movie he's ever done. That may not be saying much, whatever. But I appreciate what he did here. Look, you could tell the movie he wanted to make was the first half of this movie in the sanitarium, but they told him you have to remake the original too. But what he did with the original story, I like that. I hate the sibling twist, but I like that they brought it into this film. My favorite scene in this movie is the scene between Brackett and Loomis in that car, where Brackett's saying he was a responding officer the night Michael killed his family. And when he saw that baby girl, he wanted to and knew what she'd have to grow up with. He dropped her off at the nearest town. That scene is wonderful. And what's his name who plays Sheriff Brackett, the actor?
Chucky?
Hmm?
Is the actor plays Chucky?
It is Chucky, yeah, but I forgot the name of the actor. But he's wonderful. I love his Sheriff
What's his
Brackett.
name?
Oh, I'm blacking on it as well.
I think I'm from Lord of the Rings usually.
Yeah. Just
Brad Dourif.
Brad Dourif, that's it. I think he's wonderful. I think he's the strongest part of this movie. I loved Loomis in this movie. I love that we got to see Loomis treating him in the sanitarium, and and that I love that final scene between Loomis and Michael in the sanitarium, where Loomis is like, "Michael, this is my last day treating you." He's like, "You are the longest relationship in my adult life. It shows you how fucked up my life has been." Like, it's wonderful, and I love that that's the day Michael decides to go on his rampage and break out. Like it's almost like the one constant in his life was leaving him at that point, and it just like it's just straw that breaks the camel's back, and that's when he makes his move type deal. But yeah, this movie is there's a lot to love in this movie. A lot to hate too, particularly everything leading up to Michael being committed in the sanitarium. His redneck, trashy family, I can't stand. The stepdad, I was so glad when he slit his throat in the chair because he was just unbearable. Um, it does make me laugh. Little Michael Myers putting on the Michael Myers mask in the hallway because it's so big for his head, it just looks ridiculous. Sherry Moon Zombie, we already piled on her earlier, so I'm not going to get into it. But once you get to the sanitarium, I think there's a good movie here. The Danny Trejo stuff, I loved him. You were good to me, Mikey. I was good to you, Mikey. Yes, I was not my preferred characterization of Laurie. What makes Laurie different from her friends is she is not as outgoing, shall we say. She's supposed to be the quiet, bookish one, and she's not that in this movie. Um, I- but yeah, unlike you guys, I don't have a problem with Michael being like 7 feet tall. I get he's supposed to be an average guy, but I'll say this: Michael is terrifying looking in this movie, in my opinion, and he moves really fast in this movie. It's kind of like for me watching this, so used to him moving slow in every other movie. It was like watching Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead versus the regular Dawn of the Dead, where the zombies are running versus walking, and
I,
it,
I think it has something to do with Tyler Mane being an ex wrestler, so he's
mm,
usually pretty much in shape.
yeah.
Even his saber
Mm,
tooth, he moved around quite a bit.
that's true.
And the mask does not hold up for me as well in this one as it did at the time, but still better than half of the masks in the series. um, yeah, I really do like this one. It's brutal. It's edgy to a fault.
Mhm.
Um, the ending maybe drags on a little too much, little too long,
Hmm.
where you kind of have the final confrontation in the car in the empty pool, and then he breaks into the car and pulls her out, and then there's that final chase through the house and everything. That it dragged on a little bit, but there are far worse remakes out there than this one. Um, there was one other thing I wanted to say. What was it? The Mask, Michael. It's gonna come to me when we move past it. Oh, so this movie actually came out in 2007, summer of 2007 actually, which is when I graduated high school. I remember taking a date to see this movie, and she was not a horror fan. She had never seen a horror movie in theaters ever. We go into this movie, and obviously 5 minutes in this movie, he's killing a mouse, and oh, your daughter is a sweet ass, and then he's beating somebody to death in the woods with a branch. Like I could just see her like out of the corner of my eye the whole time, mortified. I like when the movie ended, she was like white as a ghost. Surprisingly, I got future dates, but I mean, like, it did not go. I thought that was the end of it right there. It did not go well. She hated it. She never saw another horror movie with me again. Just a personal anecdote. But I remember, yeah, I liked
There we go. Halloween bringing people together.
it.
Even a Rob Zombie film, which I'm not sure what that says, but
Hey, just like Zack Snyder, a broken clock is worse. A word is right twice a day.
again, you've said it. Um, all right, so Chris, what is your number six?
My number six is actually Halloween 4, Return of my
Okay.
Corpse. I like this one quite a bit, and I have a lot of this one. I think I'm also tied to a nostalgia because I've seen it a lot over the
Hmm.
years, especially when I was younger. This was one that I think was always just around for whatever reason. So I like this one a lot. I enjoy most aspects of it. I think Jamie is terrific in this movie. The character works really well. You kind of feel her terror. You feel for her. It's kind of it's just much better. She's handled much better than in 5, I would say. Even though she comes in with built-in trauma anyway from her parents dying, and she knows Michael Myers is her uncle already, she just works better here. I thought the character of Rachel though was unlikable here. So when we compare Rachel to Tina, I yes we got an escalation of dislike, but Rachel's really not much better in my opinion. That's just me. I don't love Rachel. What I do love is the use of Loomis here. This is one of his finest entries, I think. Not the finest, of course. Well, that's another thing. But this is one of the better Loomis performances, I think. Also, his makeup is just kind of funny to see how it goes so inconsistent throughout the movie. Sometimes he looks horribly scarred with like a ball on his face or something. Other times he's just kind of, I don't know, looks like got a scrape or something. So I like that. That Loomis is in it and he's used well. I like the flow of the story in this one. The visuals are also really good. The rooftop chase I think is awesome. Um, the use of the score is really, really good in this too. I really like the use of the score here. The When it comes to this one, I think that coming out of three, you needed this. You needed to return to form, bring the formula back, and that's what this does. It brings the formula. It makes Michael a figure again, even though his mask is ridiculous for, you know, behind the scenes reasons that don't matter anymore. It is what it is. But I also think you watch this in five back to back. That's doing the Lord's work, and it kind of makes you look at it differently in a way. And this has one of the stronger plots. Michael has returned because he found out the niece is there. If they never mentioned the niece, you wouldn't get the awesome thumb in the head kill. Because he was fine just passed out on the gurney. And oh, the niece is alive. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta go kill her too. So I like the way that plot device is utilized. Also, Michael with just kind of walking around with his head, bandaged up is a cool image to me. So I really have no complaints on four. I really do enjoy four quite a bit.
I will hold my powder on four, just for a little bit. But Anthony, do you have anything you want to add before we move along?
I will pull my powder in for just for a little bit too.
All righty. So that brings me to my number six, and it is Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2. This film is, I think you and I were talking about it off air, Chris. When you watch this film back to back with the original, it really is something special. It's one of the rare sequels where it feels like a direct continuation. Like sometimes a sequel will feel like, oh, okay, even if it's meant to be a short period of time, it feels like it's been a decade.
Mm-hmm.
This came out in 1981, I believe.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're right back there in 78. Just again, I mean, it's pretty much the whole crew minus Carpenter behind the director's chair, even though I think he did do some of the reshoots for the film. It's pretty much the entire crew and cast from Halloween 1978. I think that helps with the sort of the seamlessness of it. But, if you were looking for a a bookend, if you will, of the story of Michael Myers on Halloween night 1978, really you could look no further than these two films because you really do get a complete full circle arc, if you will. And yes, it's not as strong necessarily narrative wise as the original film. Laurie is sidelined a little too much, though not as much I think as what happens in Kills. And some of the characters are not as memorable as like Linda and Annie and even Bob. Like everybody's just sort of they're there at this point for a horror film or a slasher movie to die. Like that's what's happening here. And again, there is some personality like with Bud or some of the other nurses like Mrs. Alves and Karen and whatnot. But it's that's definitely a step down from the original where just everybody was so well written and defined. But I mean, I've been sort of saving it, till we get to some of the other movies. But really, the glue that holds this movie together is Donald Pleasence. He elevates the dialogue. He makes you believe in the boogeyman that is Michael Myers, and it's kind of fun to watch him slowly begin the descent into madness, which you can kind of see flashes of it in the original film, but by this point, Loomis is starting to lose his grip on reality. I mean, the fact that he's running around almost shooting an innocent person, like Dr. Loomis is off his rocker starting to in this film, and it's just glorious to watch. But it's
I was always upset they never tried to commit him in the sequel.
They should have put him in a cell, especially after 5. Put them in a cell next to each other.
Oh no, he's definitely down the rabbit hole by that point. But it all starts here. 2 is where really starts to loses his grip on reality. But it's a it's a fun film. It is still creepy. It's dark. I like that the person portraying Michael, Dick Warlock, who, fun fact, was also the stunt coordinator on Jaws. So there's sort of an interesting, similarity with that. I like how he didn't try to do a Nick Castle impression. Like there's a few things with like the head tilt and whatnot, but he sort of made Michael his own, and I kind of feel it works with this film because whereas the first film sort of dances around the idea that this guy isn't necessarily human, this film really leans into it, and you see it at multiple points with like him walking through glass or getting shot and just standing up again or getting his eyes blown out and still going. Like this is really where Michael becomes the boogeyman, if you will. He's no longer a man. I mean, Loomis is saying at this point, this isn't a man, and it's kind of it's a neat little performance technique where he's not just sort of copying what Nick Castle did, but trying to find his own rhythm to it. It holds up. Again, it's not as perfect as the original, but as far as sequels go, and you figure at this point, you look at Friday the 13th, they've already been cranking out a couple. This film, despite Carpenter's issues with it, and I get it, you could tell he was just looking to be done with it. That's why him and Loomis, Michael and Loomis go up in flames. It's it still manages to hold together quite well, and even for as much angst and frustration that he might have had behind the scenes, it it doesn't really show on screen. Like everybody is still delivering it, and there are some moments of just still genuine terror and suspense that hold up all these years later. I mean, Michael and Laurie's chase through the hospital is like one of the best scenes in the entire franchise. So I adore this film.
At least they gave Laurie something to do in this movie.
No comment. All right, well, buddy, would you like to lead us off now? We're at the top
Top
five.
five.
Top five. So things are getting serious now.
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
Okay.
I'll echo everything Chris said. This one, for some reason, I remember watching this one a lot too. It was always on for some
I
reason.
don't know why.
And still, every time I turn on AMC Fear Fest,
It's always on.
Yeah.
This and five.
I feel like this one also had to do the least amount of censoring. Maybe that's why it's always on. I don't know.
Oh, that could be.
I don't know, but Jamie is a great character, even though I don't like the idea of, again, it goes back to, I don't like Laurie giving up her child versus in the David Gordon Green trilogy, she tried to keep her child and the state took it away because she was just a bad mom. I prefer that. But Jamie's a great character. I like this. This is Loomis at his best. After the original, of course. But uh, plus, I don't think you said it earlier, Chris, but I'll say it now. Out of all the Halloween movies, this one looks and feels the most like Halloween and the most autumnal.
Yeah.
The opening sequence, you see people posting it all the time, a lot of times in summer, like, oh, I can't wait for these fall vibes to come in a few months. This one just puts you in that Halloween mood. This would actually honestly be probably higher on my list of The Mask. The Mask does a lot of like if they had got that original Mask back for this film, or even The Mask in 2, which was slightly different. Slightly.
It's the same mask though.
Okay, then whatever. If they did 1 and 2, the same mask, this would be higher on my list. But that mask is just a little distracting for me. But this film was great. I love the Jamie stuff. I love Rachel. Sorry. And the Loomis. Loomis is at his most Loomisy. I love his you know, road trip. He's always just one step behind Michael the entire time. In the bar with the Abraham Lincoln portrait, and he sees Michael in the mirror and shoots a mirror, and then the gas pump explodes and everything like that. I love all of that. Um, Yeah, I don't know. Give us a short film on YouTube to show what happened to Loomis between this one and five, why he went completely off the rails. Probably seeing Jane talk about the ending. What an
Mm.
ending that sticks with you.
Mhm.
And it's similar but completely different than the original film in terms of like a lasting image. And it gave us one of the best gifts, one Phil always uses on Twitter when he disagrees with somebody, of Loomis shouting, "Hold up, hold up." Um, yeah, it's great. This one is just a lot of fun. It's not the most scary Halloween film, but it's one of the more fun ones.
You mentioned a short film about like a bridge between the two. I want a short film of the road trip he was on with the priest.
Ah,
That's
yes.
what I want.
I'm surprised more people aren't doing like Loomis short films or something. There's
There's
a lot to
one that I know
explore
of.
there.
Yeah,
There's one what?
there's one I know of.
What's it
Loomis.
called?
Is it called Loomis? I think. Phil, you
Is
want
it
to watch
good?
from
I think
Dan
oh, I think
from
it's just
Dan
called
Murphy's side?
Loomis. Yeah.
It's called Loomis. Yeah.
But no, someone needs to make the Preacher movie. Or,
Yeah,
you know.
let's see those. Like that's like a dynamic duo we don't even know because like Loomis has this moment where he's so happy to be drinking in a car.
It's the first time you see him smile since the first film.
Where it's like, never mind those kids that are gonna die. Let's take a
Let's
quick
keep
shot.
going.
Yeah. Where else can we go, pastor friend or priest friend?
Right. You're hunting it. Let's go see what you're hunting.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, because the first
Leprechaun.
two take place the same night, right? With him,
Yeah.
like this is really where he starts becoming that Van Helsing character, and Michael becomes like an
Yeah.
obsession for him,
Mhm.
which I appreciate as a fan of Dracula and Van Helsing. So
Yeah, and there's that line at the beginning where the doctor's like, his position here is more ceremonial than medical.
And what does Loomis actually do at this point?
I don't even think Loomis gets a paycheck. He just sort of shows up,
I looked.
probably screams and rants and right, don't let him out.
He's ostracized at this point.
Babysit.
It's basically like his reputation's destroyed. It's like Willem Dafoe's character in Nosferatu, like how his a loon, they view him as a loon.
But Loomis wasn't wrong though. That's
I
the
know
thing.
that's
Like
the
he
irony.
wasn't wrong. It
I
just
know, but don't forget, it's all a cult, so they all have to make him.
Right.
He's crazy.
and the cult worked, even down to the old lady whose name I can't remember right now.
Oh, Mrs. Blankenship.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
she was ready to kill for that baby.
Yeah. And she was
That's
serious.
why she doesn't listen to anybody. She is listening. She just
Yeah, that's right. Waiting for the call. All right, Chris. Well, what is give us your number five.
number yeah, we're top five is
I know it's
exciting.
hard to believe it's been quite a journey.
My number five is actually Halloween 2 for a lot of the reasons you said. I really adore Halloween 2. And, the a specific thing about Halloween 2 for me, when he drowns that lady, that's also one of those kills of his that are burned into my brain for whatever reason, just because I'd never seen anything like that. Not only is he drowning her, he's burning her skin at the same time. It's like, this is amazing. So I love the carnage of Halloween 2. And I think with Laurie being sidelined, that doesn't really bother me either because I get she's injured. So
Mhm.
and she's also just experienced a whole night of terror. She's subdued a little bit. Like, they gave her some shots to sleep, so it's fine. But I will say this about two, as much as I do love it, I feel to really appreciate it, you have to, again, do the Lord's work and watch Halloween 1 and 2 back to back. It's only
Mhm.
going to cost you 3 hours, which in today's watch periods, that's nothing. People
Well,
will watch an 8-hour TV series.
well, I feel like I know it's Phil, not you, Chris, but like the issues you bring up with kills, Phil, where it's clearly just a middle chapter. This movie, I don't think stands on its own. Like Chris just said, I think you need to watch it back to back with one to really appreciate it.
I think that's a difficult one about this because there's not as much going on. Like Phil said, the characters are not written very well here. These are cannon fodder. They are here to die, which is part of why I love it actually. But they are there to die, and I think that's fine. It's a companion piece.
Yeah.
You watch it, and then you watch the person. Oh, there's a sequel. Cool. It's just more of what you liked minus the good characters, and I think that's fine. And I think that a lot of its shortcomings are made up with what you get from Donald Pleasance's Loomis
Mhm.
and what you get from Michael. the shape in this one, this is his transition to the boogeyman, and he does a lot to push that envelope. And the mask, is the first movie's mask. It was deteriorated because it was under Deborah Hill's bed, and she was a heavy smoker, so it kind of ruined the mask. But it's the same one, and the silhouette of him is really really good in this one,
Mhm.
and he does a lot. One of my favorite bits, I actually messaged Phil about this the other night because it was just amazing to me. After he walks through the door of glass, he ended up on the floor. I forgot how. And that marshal that was there to arrest Loomis is next to him. He just sits up, like stares at Loomis and slits this guy's throat. And the lighting of that scene makes it look like the mask is smiling. And I don't know why that scene is not more loved. It's beautiful. I really like the way he's dispatched in this one, which is kind of rare for me with Michael. I generally don't think I love most of the ways they get rid of him because they don't seem like they're ever enough, or maybe they're too much
Mhm.
sometimes in a way, like they overcompensate. But yeah, I really do adore this film too. I think there's a lot of good stuff in it. I also just the cohesion between this and the first one. Like, I don't know how there's never been a super edit made where they just combine them.
Mm.
I'm sure that's out there somewhere.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a fan version, but I mean like an official one because it's one movie. It
I'm,
Yeah.
really is.
I'm still waiting on that It mashup from Andy Muschietti that he's promised.
I've given up, although hell is frozen over because Quentin Tarantino is releasing Kill Bill, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll
You
see.
want to talk about overrated movies?
I don't have time for this right
We'll do that in another
now. I do not have time.
podcast.
But yeah, that's my take on Halloween 2. It's one of my favorites.
Again, I'll co-sign again because it is a special film. That yeah, it puts a smile on my face, especially when you get to that ending. All right, so number five for me, and this I know is going to piss off a lot of people, but I don't care. Number five for me is Halloween 5. I I hold this film in such high regard, and I know it has sort of become the black sheep of the Halloween family. A lot of people would rather this film didn't exist, or think it's too weird. To me, I think that's just what makes the film all the more special. I love that there is a clear French influence on it, and that's from the director Dominique Othon-Girard. It is a gothic horror film in a lot of ways, and even down to the the creative choice to turn the Myers house into like a Victorian mansion. Like yes, continuity wise, it's out the window, but it works for this weird little story, which is kind of in a way borrowing from Frankenstein. In a way, it is also kind of a bit of a fairy tale. Again, I don't think it's by a mistake that Jamie is wearing a princess costume in this movie. Loomis is kind of the crazed town vicar, and Michael is this monster. Again, the movie sort of hints at maybe a misunderstood monster, but still a monster nevertheless. I love the atmosphere in this movie. I also kind of like that it subverts our expectations. I know it is a sticking point with the killing of Rachel in the beginning of the movie, but I think that's what separates the movie and kind of shows that it has balls. It's willing to dispatch with the last film's final girl, and that's something that you don't see all that often. It exists in its own little bubble. It's not, you know, I can concede it created some of the problems that came with Halloween 6, but people always say like, oh, they should have just had Jamie be the killer. Based on how the reaction is to Corey Cunningham as Michael Myers, I don't think people would have wanted to see a little 9-year-old running around as Michael's sidekick or even the new killer. I think if this series has shown anything, when you deviate from Michael as the bad guy, people don't like it. So I never bought into this idea that Jamie should be the second in command or the next in line. I think it works in a way as its own unique little entry. And Loomis is sort of a sticking point for a lot of people. I think Donald Pleasance is just he is hamming it up, and it is glorious to watch. I mean, this is a guy by this point. We talk about he's starting to be off his rocker. Loomis is way out in the funny farm in this movie. I mean, this is a guy that has survived an explosion. He has watched Michael come back again and again. He is over the edge in this film. I mean, he's willing to sacrifice a child, no less, to stop Michael. I mean, like I said, Loomis, lose the license by this point, Doc, but it is still, I think, one of the best endings in the series where he just literally takes a 2x4 and beats Michael into submission. I just think there's something kind of Ahab and the whale about their whole dynamic in this film. And again, even there is sort of, moments of weird tenderness where Loomis is for a moment kind of dialing back the anger and rage and trying to be that doctor again to maybe see if he can reach Michael, but of course he can't. It's a weird little Halloween movie, but I'm glad it exists because it was trying something. It wasn't trying to be a copy and paste of four. Not everything works. It probably should have taken another year to marinate and stretch out the ideas, but I'm still glad this film exists, and I give it major props for trying something different. And I still think it holds up as its own little unique kind of gothic European spin on the Halloween franchise.
Yeah, I think if you were to redo um, 4 and 5 today, like at the time, no, you couldn't have 9-year-old Jamie running around killing people with Uncle Michael.
Right.
But we now live at a time with Terrifier and Art the Clown.
Right.
And Art has that side. He has two sidekicks, and one of them is childlike, I believe. Right? Is it a child or just a demon?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same sidekick. Yeah, she possessed a little girl and then she possessed Victoria. It's the same demon, just, yeah.
I kind of consider it too because we see different forms, I guess. But
Yep.
but it's a child in the most recent version, I guess. So I think if you had today, if you did Michael Myers with his niece going ballistic in Haddonfield, I think you might have something there. I'm not saying I want to see that, but I think that would be an avenue you could explore, considering the reboot trilogy, whatever they call the newer ones, the new trilogy. I forget what the proper title is for it.
A requel.
Requel.
The requels. Since those focus on Laurie, if you want to circle back to Jamie, you could do something there and just kind of retcon 5. That's just my thought.
Yeah, I could see that happen, especially today.
Yeah, I think today
I'd be down for that, honestly.
you can even give her a fun mask. I wouldn't give her Michael's mask, but something.
Give her the clown mask or
Yeah,
things she
yeah.
wears in four. I mean, it's funny that idea you keep hearing over and over again about retconning from four and seeing where it goes.
There's a desire for that among fans, and I can't argue with it. I get it, especially when Daniel Harris could still do it. Like if you wanted to,
Right.
if you just want to do a time jump, you could even
Yeah, no, it's entirely plausible. Yeah, whether or not there's a appetite for the larger market, that's where I don't know if it's the same. But again, this series is the pick your own adventure timeline, so anything's possible. But okay, all right, we're moving along to number 4. So this is so things are going to get really interesting now. So let's hear it.
So number 4 is a movie that I loathed the first time I saw it, and not mainly due to the expectation game, but then with time away and then listening to Phil's defense of it, I have grown to love this movie, and that is Halloween Ends, which is the perfect ending to the Michael Myers, Laurie Strode saga. So you'll notice the only movies remaining for me are the David Gordon Green and the original ones. And that's because that is my preferred timeline and my preferred story. It's simple, it's straightforward. I like what they do with Michael and Laurie in it. And Halloween Ends, I have grown to appreciate this big swing they took with Corey Cunningham. Who, by the way, that actor is fantastic. I loved him in The Monkey. I'm excited for him in Silent Night, Deadly Night coming out. Um, I like in this one, Laurie has kind of tried to move on. Um, but what I really like is this is a the idea of evil and an evil infecting this town. Like the montage at the beginning, how suicides and murders and crime, this town is just plagued by this evil. And the idea that evil doesn't die, it transcends or whatever. I think that's a wonderful. I think Chris, you were talking about it earlier, how they did something new here. Like they explained, like for all intents and purposes, Michael should have died at the end of Kills, but it's like pure evil keeping him alive at this point. And when you get that scene in the sewer where he kind of transfers it to Corey, and he all of a sudden becomes weaker afterwards. Um, and I love that. And reading the supplemental material, like the original script and the novelization, where it's supposed to pass on to Laurie at the end, like she defeated Michael, but the evil transferred to her beforehand. Yeah, I get why they didn't go that ending. They wanted a more upbeat final, hey, she's moving on with her life, Michael's over, whatever. I kind of like that dour ending. It makes more sense what they were doing with the
Hmm.
story. Um, and I know, Chris, you said you didn't like the funeral procession at the end. I love it. I think it's so cathartic for the character of Laurie and Allison and all of Haddonfield after what they've been through from this guy, but also for the audience. This is really the ending of the Michael Laurie story, if you're to believe that. And it's just kind of this big ceremonial. She killed him, and now she's getting rid of him. The final fight in the kitchen is brutal and knockdown drag out, which I love. And I love that Laurie is just so smart in this movie. The way she tricks Corey into thinking she killed herself and that she's standing behind the door with a gun. I love that she confronts Corey in the old house where he killed the kid accidentally, or the kid died accidentally. He didn't kill him. Um, And immediately, when she sees him standing outside with the hedge, she immediately
Mm.
knows something's off with him and wrong. And I love that. And just Lori getting her happy ending with
Frank.
Hawkins at the end, who, by the way, is one of my favorite characters in this whole franchise. I think he was such a great character, and I was sad they sidelined him so much in this last one. Um,
Mm.
Will Patton's just great in general. I love that guy.
Yeah, he
But
is.
yeah, I have really grown to love this one. I still think if you wanted to, you could have taken this ending where Laurie goes home to confront Michael and then through the end and stuck at the end of Kills, and that would have made a more complete movie. And this ties into the mob theme with the mob following her for the funeral procession, everything like that. Maybe it would have been a more complete story that way for Kills. Um, I also would like to see the original idea. I know COVID, I think, changed it where all three movies are supposed to take place the same night and there wasn't supposed to be a time jump. I would have liked to have seen what that movie looked like. Uh, and to Chris's point, they should, if they were going this route, they should have set Corey Cunningham up in an earlier film, just at least introduced him. Well, those are all what if multiversal scenarios. For what we got, I really do love it. And I think it's a great ending to the Michael Laurie saga. And thank you, Phil, for getting me to reevaluate this movie because it really was you. After I saw it the first time, I was like, nope, this was what a betrayal. But marketing was awful and expectations game is always hard. So
Mm.
yeah, I love it. Halloween ends.
Well, happy to do my part, buddy. All right, Chris, what is your number four?
Number four for me is Halloween 2018.
Okay. All right.
This is a film that I was so excited when it was coming out because, as I said, I didn't enjoy the Rob Zombie ones, and I wanted a return to the Myers that I liked. And this looked like that was going to be it, and it actually is that. I think there's a ton of good in this movie. I like that they, it's a sequel to 7-8, which I think was a smart route to go. You cut out the twist that most people don't like.
Hmm.
Although I would say the franchise is heavily remembered for that twist, most people don't even like the twist. And they never really did anything that interesting with it anyway, in my opinion. It's fine, but it's just not a big deal to me. But this one, I like that Laurie is still traumatized and living in this. I don't know. I want to say it's like a kind of like a fortress in the middle of the woods. It's
The
pretty. It's a
bunker.
cool. Yeah, it's a bunker. It's a cool concept, and I love that Michael has just been hanging out all this time, immobile, mute. He just waiting for the time to kill again. And I like that he's aged naturally.
Hmm.
They didn't try to make him this, well, the demon is in him again kind of thing. No, he's just a crazy asshole, you know? And I like that about it. And I like the brutality that he displays in it and the kills in it. It's just a cool. And I like that Laurie's family kind of has, they made it clear she's the wacko. We don't want her around. Why'd you invite mom? She's one of those kind of people. And I like Jamie Lee Curtis's performance in it. She's on another level in this one, I think. Everybody loves her. And what was that movie called? Everything Everywhere All at Once, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is a better performance in my opinion. I think this is a great performance from her. And I like all the side characters they've added. I think they did a good job with that. And I think also one of the big things about this one is the atmosphere. They
Mhm.
really brought the atmosphere in this one. It feels like October. It feels familiar and it feels updated in a way that still makes sense. And that's the big thing here. Because a lot of times, they try to update something older and it feels like they're just copying. This isn't a copy. This is an actual continuation. So I really appreciate that. You mentioned earlier about the have your cake and eat it too. I'm not with you on that, but I get what you mean because I kind of read it the way Anthony does. And also for Haddonfield, a guy going nuts like that is a big deal. That's kind of the way I read it. For
No, that's
Haddonfield,
fair.
some people have hometown heroes, they have hometown monsters, and it's Michael. But I am with you on the ending. I have never liked Laurie's death trap. It's just too convenient to me. And leaving him there, maybe he's dead, maybe he's not. Like I don't buy it. And at this point, she does believe he's just a man, but he's still a man who got up from being shot 6 times. So there's that. I do love Judy Greer's role in the
Mhm.
ending, though, where she kind of shows, no, my mom taught me how to take care of you. That was a nice little twist there because you think she's just a deer in headlights. She's not. So that part of it I appreciate, but the actual trap, no. And them leaving, not so much. But other than that, this is a film that really impresses me. And this is also one of the best looks of Michael, too, I think. Next to the original. This is probably number 2 for me as far as the look.
Yeah, James Duke Courtney really did hit it out of the park.
He did. He brought a physicality to Michael also that we hadn't seen before, which is another cool update to Michael.
Hmm.
Even though he was older, he was much more physical, and I guess hands on would be the phrasing for it.
Yeah, definitely handsy in this one.
Yeah, he's handsy.
Yeah,
It works.
it does. It does. I wish they would release the original ending just so we could see what was
Yeah.
intended, because I think that would have been more in keeping with what they were going for, where it's really just a brawl between the two of them. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yes, we do get it ultimately in ends, but I think kind of the way it was set up, I think would have been much more. Uh, I guess it wouldn't be as operatic with fire and whatnot, but there would have been something more, I guess, intimate of them kind of like going at it right in the front lawn of her house and trying to stab one another.
I think that would have been cool and better, but also we wouldn't get that beautiful opening and kills.
Well, no, I am with you that I think that is probably the most defining moment or image of Michael next to that shot of them, when he appears in the background in the first film.
That is monumental.
Yeah,
There's no getting past that
no,
one.
that's the defining image of Michael for probably all time at this
Mhm.
point. Yeah, no, that's good, Chris. Very good. Um, Anthony, anything else to add on 2018?
Ready to talk about
Okay.
2018 yet?
That's what I thought. Just want to make sure. All right, so this one, God, I went back and forth with where this was going to fall on the list, and when I did my revisiting, well, I'll just say it right now. Number four was Halloween Ends. Um, Originally, when I did my kind of retrospective 3 years later, which you could hear me gush about the film with Anthony from the Never Split Up pod. This was actually going to be a little closer to the top. I almost was thinking either between two and three, but the other two films that are ahead of it just eclipse it. But I have been a fan of Halloween Ends since it came out 3 years ago. I think it is a big swing for the fences, and yes, there are some flaws. It is imperfect, but the story that is here really does capture, I think, what John Carpenter was trying to say with the original film, which is that evil is everywhere. Evil will change shape. And we see that in Corey. He is the next embodiment. He obviously doesn't hold a candle, obviously, to Michael, but it's part of that circular trend of just it passes on, and it can take on different forms. Do we create our own monsters, or are they products of nature versus nurture? And that's kind of something that's always been at the core of of the Halloween movies. But this is the one I think to really kind of get into that and really kind of dig under the surface a little bit. In addition, I kind of love the infusion of other John Carpenter movies that's on this one, like films like Christine and The Fog. This is a love letter to Carpenter's films in the 80s, but also kind of paying tribute to what he did in that first movie. I think it's Jamie Lee Curtis's best movie of the three David Gordon Green films. I like that Laurie feels like Laurie from 1978, but yet she's trying to move on, she's trying to heal, but there's still flashes. You still see moments of her paranoia, her fear, and it ultimately, of course, comes to fruition. And I love how in this film she's not prepared for when Michael comes, but yet she is able to, at a moment's notice, sort of, rely on her intuition, much like she sort of did in the original film, and she fights back and ultimately takes him down. And it's such a cathartic ending where she you're never going to get quite a happy ending in a Halloween film, but you get pretty darn close with this film. And I like how in the end of this film, you see the kids riding on the bike or on the bikes and walking around on the sidewalk, and kind of it feels almost a callback to the original film where she's waiting on the step out front of her house and waiting for Annie, and she sees all the kids trick or treating, and it kind of felt like a nice bookend to that moment where we're never gonna, she's never gonna be the Laurie she was 44 years ago, but she maybe can get some semblance of normalcy back. So I will defend this film. I think it will see a reappraisal in the years ahead. It's worth noting, I mean, for what it's worth, but Variety ranked it as the number two slasher movie of the decade. So it already has that distinction right now. So, you know, I can't call it a cult classic because the film it did make a significant amount of money, not compared to the other two, but this wasn't a quote unquote box office failure. I think it was more a case of people were expecting a different movie, and I think it's totally fair uh, criticism, but if you sort of watch it for what it is and not what it you wanted to be or what it could have been, I think there's a really special movie here that gets to the heart of what Halloween has sort of always been hinting at, but never fully explores. And I'll just say also, just to clear it up, because I know sometimes people say, "Oh, Michael's barely in the movie." His screen time in this film is the same as he was in the original film. So there is that. there is that little similarity between 78 and Ends. So just I always like to point that out that the screen time is the same thing, and in this film you've got like the presence of Michael. He's kind of like Pennywise the clown in a lot of ways. It's this specter shape looming over Haddonfield, and I just love it. I love how he's living in the sewer and
I was about to say
causing
booting
causing
him.
trouble. Yeah, literally, embodying Pennywise the clown. But yeah, big Ends defender, and will continue to be a defender of this film,
Talk about box office. Wasn't Ends released theatrically and day and date streaming?
which I think hurt it.
I
Yeah,
thought that's what I remember because I know I watched it at home and I think you went to the theater for
I did. Yeah,
it. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
went
so
to the Joker too.
which I think that again that's a universal Peacock decision, which I think was just silly because like it probably would have made even more money if they didn't have that.
I think it would have. And it might have been received better if more people saw it at a theater, I think.
Yeah, I think that sort of created some discontent right out of the gate where
Yeah.
people are like, oh, it's going to be on Peacock. But yeah, Halloween Ends. All right, buddy. Top three.
So if you ask me, 2 and 3 can switch on any given day. Um, but today I'm going to go Halloween Kills as my number 3. Um, you described it perfectly earlier, Phil. This is like Halloween the ride. And as soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, I could this could be like a dark ride at Universal. You're strapped in and you're just like spinning around from scene to scene. This movie is relentless. From the very beginning to the very end. There are definitely okay, there are things that make me laugh. Like again, mistaking the 5 foot tall mental patient as Michael Myers. If you've never seen him, you've seen how tall he is from afar. That's clearly not the guy. But I love the whole idea of mob anger and mob mentality this film dives into. Um, and I would disagree. I can't remember if it was you, Chris, or you, Phil, who said it earlier, but I think Laurie has more to do in this one than in Halloween 2. Halloween 2, she actually gets that chase scene, but that's it. He or she at least is still a character, and she's still talking, and she's still a main presence and isn't catatonic the entire time, which I appreciated. Um, I love her quiet scenes in the hospital with her and Hawkins, where you kind of get a hint of their past, but they don't like beat you over the head with it. Like that's good writing, in my opinion. And I love how brutal, absolutely brutal Michael is in this film. From the fire killing all the firefighters to I love the scene where he kicks open the car door and the gun shoots the person in the head. That makes me laugh. Um, I love him killing Big John, Little John. That whole scene is great. And then the end where he takes down the mob single-handedly. And I was thinking to myself, watching it the first time, I was like, wow, this is interesting because they make it clear in 18 he's just a man. And at the end of this, I'm like, how do they kind of box themselves into a corner? No man can survive that. But then we'd find out in the third one, like, he's really not. He's just the embodiment of evil or whatever. But yeah, I really like this one. The ending is feels a little rushed with like how they killed off Judy Greer and then Laurie in the hospital. That feels odd to me. But I love all the returning characters: Marion Chambers, Tommy Doyle, Lindsay Wallace, um, and how they've all kind of created this support group for people who've survived Michael Myers. Yeah, I really, really enjoy this film and I would say out of all the Halloween movies, this one may be the most fun, just pure fun. Um, and sometimes that's what you want. So yeah, I love this one.
Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. Chris, what is your number three?
It's also Halloween Kills for a lot of the reasons Anthony said. It is a just a ride, and it's great. And I've mentioned it a couple times. I love the carnage of these films, and this is Michael turned up to an 11. I think the opening sequence with the firefighters is hands down one of the best sequences in the entire franchise.
Mhm.
Him going nuts on them is just brutal, and I love it. And just the visuals, though, too, of that. Like, one of you guys said earlier, when you Google Michael Myers, that is the image that comes up now. You have this standard, like we said, when he comes into the frame with Laurie, that comes up too. But what you see the most of is that fire thing. It's everywhere.
And then the third is that one promotional shot from 2018 where his head is kind of tilted and he's standing in the
Yeah.
That's a popular one too. I like
yeah.
that. But no, Halloween Kills is on another level of carnage, and it's also such a nice continuation of 2018. Like, there's the bit with a couple, the nurse. She's the one who gets the door gets kicked in and she gets shot. The nurse and her husband. You see in the first movie they're going out. In this movie, you see their night out.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, that was such a nice bit of continuity. It took me a few
Yeah.
watches to realize that was the same couple.
Yeah, because it doesn't hit you at first that they'd be so closely coherent in that way. But this movie actually is, and I love seeing that. I love the inclusion of those classic characters like Anthony mentioned. And this is a better Tommy Doyle. He's not creepy. I like that. I'm for that. I don't love The Evil Dies Tonight. I don't love that. I also don't love the patient subplot, but at the same time, I kind of forgive it now. After rewatch, I'm okay, it's fine. Michael is like a figment of everybody's imagination anyway. They're just terrified. Whatever it is, it's Michael Myers. It could have been a dog in a raincoat. It's Michael Myers. I get it. It's fine. The ending really is one of my favorite things about this too, because it does subvert your expectations in a way. Because we're led to believe up until this point, Michael is just a guy with one eye. He's an older man with one eye. He's basically Loomis in six. And then when he rises up to destroy that mob, it's like, oh no, this is the Michael we know from the sequels and stuff. Cool. And so I love that. I also like that he killed Laurie's daughter. I know that's a controversial thing. Some people hate it, some people like it. I'm of the camp that likes it because it shows you that even in this version, this set of movies, nobody is safe. Michael is going to kill whoever gets in his way, and it also shows Michael has more intelligence than maybe we previously thought because he understood what he was doing. This wasn't just a mindless number on his list, It's like, no, that's Laurie's daughter. She set me on fire. I'm going to kill her. Even when he picks up the phone and thankfully he doesn't speak, but I think it's a good ending, and it's a thrill ride. I do think it's a little bit longer than it needs to be.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. That's the case with all three of these films. They're all a little bit longer, and I don't love that because I like being able to watch in succession.
Yeah.
But that's my own problem. That's a me thing. So yeah, I do love this movie. It's firmly number 3 for me, even if it's
I
just
didn't-
because of the wild violence.
I didn't even get to mention the opening. Obviously, the opening. I'm with you, Phil. I want to see a full movie, retro movie done in that style. That opening was incredible. And I love that they tied Hawkins back into it, that he was the arresting officer that night.
Yeah.
It kind of sets the tone.
Yeah. So,
No, right from the start, the movie does have stakes,
Mhm.
which have to give them props for that.
and I
It-
love that even in that opening, Loomis is off the rails. Did you kill him? Did he kill anybody?
He's still sane enough though.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's when he's shaking a child. Help me! Why won't you help me? That's what the problem is.
Time for Loomis to lose his license.
Right? Like, hey, buddy, come on now.
Call
Your
the
days are gone.
call the sheriff.
You're getting Anthony Hopkins Van Helsing here. Let's
Not even joking. 10 years ago, Anthony Hopkins would have made a perfect Loomis in like a remake or something.
I'd still take him.
Yeah, but it would take Anthony Hopkins. He is probably the only person Maybe Gary Oldman, actually. Gary Oldman could probably
Gary
play
Oldman can
Loomis.
do anything.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that.
yeah. Maybe my wild thing has to be Hugh Grant, but that's for another time.
Hugh Grant would be perfect as the Malcolm McDowell Loomis. I said T, Tetley.
I think
G
you'd find
Lemon.
a middle ground between the two, and that's where Hugh Grant excels.
Like I said, we don't have time to go into that one tonight. But all right, so number three for me, and this is a film that its stock continues to rise every year that I revisit it, and it's usually a film that I end up rewatching at least twice during the Halloween season, and it is Halloween H2O. I really think this is a near perfect Halloween film. It manages to tie together the previous two films and give us a satisfying, if not euphoric, conclusion. I think, and this is again after years of wrestling with both, I think this is the better performance of a traumatized Laurie Strode. This is a Laurie who would leave Haddonfield, leave everything behind, change her name. I like that you've got Loomis sort of facilitating that behind the scenes. I like that she's attempted to move on with her life, but you can again tell she is still living in fear and paranoia that Michael may one day find her. Uh, it is a straightforward film. It's, I think, about 80 minutes long. It might even be a little bit under that. There is no fat
Got
on
it.
this
Okay, 80
film.
minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you could
But
almost argue the film needs a little bit more, but it packs a punch and it manages to deliver what we would expect, which is Michael versus Laurie after 20 years. And yeah, there's a few nitpicks that I have with the film. One is a major continuity error where if Michael is supposed to have survived the explosion, he should have burned hands. That has always bothered me that we don't see the burned hands. But I can let all of that go. I can let go some of the odd appearances and choices of the mask in the movie, even the digital one, because ultimately this film is about Laurie saying enough.
Mhm.
This is the movie where she is the one who becomes the hunter. She goes after him, and I probably this is where I'll probably really get into trouble. But like, this is what Halloween 18 does 20 years later. But this film did it first. This film, I think, probably did it better. Like, I think this was a film that was ahead of its time.
Okay.
If it came out in place of 2018, I think people would be talking about this as, oh, they finally got it right. I think, yes, there are some Scream influences, which, I'm not the biggest fan of that kind of infusing it into a Halloween movie, but yeah, okay, there is some kinship, and Kevin Williamson was doing some of the behind the scenes writing. So I can forgive all that because there's more right with this film than wrong. And right off the bat, the way this film starts with the tone, the killing of Marion, sort of
Mhm.
the creepy vibe of Michael. And hey, I like the fact that this film doesn't take place in Haddonfield. I like the idea that we're outside of that bubble for once, and it shows that Michael can go anywhere. And I wish the series would lean more back into this because I think there's something terrifying about Michael being outside of the bubble of Haddonfield. But
I I have two questions for you.
yeah,
One, is this film not a direct sequel to two?
what was that?
Isn't this film a direct sequel to Halloween 2? Don't people consider that the trilogy and kind of ignore the middle four, five, six?
Yeah, this was the first, if you will, reboot retcon.
Okay, so then
It's
my
been
question for
closer
you
back.
is why would Lori be fearing for her life that Michael is going to come back when she saw the hospital explode and theoretically kill him and Loomis?
Well, again, this is one where this is one where we're presuming that they both managed to survive the fire. number one, as evident by some of the exposition and dialogue. And I think even she says in the movie, oh, I didn't stay around to see his body. I mean, yes, there are some interesting continuity choices. I will grant you that with this film. Again, if I were directing it, we would have had burned hands on Michael, just to show that, and maybe added a little more exposition of how he, supposedly, because we're meant to think he somehow walked away from that fire and no one's seen him for 20 years.
I mean, he
Well,
still survived
that's
it.
what I like about ends and kills, actually. Each film, he gets progressively more and more disgusting and beat up. Like they keep the scars and the injuries
Oh
going.
no, like I said, he should have like a burnt mask. I mean, in this film, I mean, I get it. Like they wanted to sort of make it as streamlined as possible, but yeah, there are some nits to pick here. I'll grant you that.
Second question, you say the ending is euphoric, but we know from the sequel that she did not.
There is no. I do not know. You must be speaking of another film, my friend. I don't know what film you're talking about. We mentioned it only in passing a few hours ago, but no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Too many Coronas over there.
That's the Corona talking. No, no. I mean, this film. One day we'll do a dissection of the film that shan't be named. But I like that this film was the first one that really did have the gumption to be like, yep, we're going to do it. We're going to kill him. And there's something about her taking that act, and it's like, damn, there it goes.
I agree. That poor paramedic.
I do not know what you're talking about, sir. All right.
Um,
Yeah.
so number two
Yeah,
is
number two. All
what
right.
I think is the better prequel. Halloween 2018. All the criticisms I had of Halloween H2O were rectified here. This is the Laurie Strode that I believe her. I think she feels more real here than she did in H2O. I like that the trauma she experienced at night sent her spiraling and down a dark, destructive path. You see that all the time in real life. Like people self-destruct that way. And not only did she prepare for Michael to come back, but in the process, she ruined her life. She had a child outside of wedlock, I believe. She ended up getting the child taken away by the state, and she has a crappy relationship with her daughter now because of it. Um, I love that. I love that this is Laurie, who is basically Ellen Ripley, just preparing her whole life to take down this monster, this man who ruined her life. Um, I love the Karen character, and I love the little details in this movie. Like she grew up dreading Halloween because of her mother, so on Halloween she wears Christmas sweaters now because she doesn't even want to deal with the holiday. I think that's a cool little touch. Um, the character of Allison rings true to me because I knew friends like that whose mother and whose parents and grandparents didn't get along, so they kind of had to bridge that gap and like maintain a relationship with both. The only thing in this movie that doesn't work for me is Dr. Sartain. Again, I know what they were doing, like you said, the inverse of Loomis or whatever, but I would have preferred just, I would have honestly preferred just if they did a Loomis 2.0 and brought in another good doctor over Sartain. That just didn't work for me. Loomis's absence did kind of was missed. I did appreciate his little voice cameo at the beginning. Um, Michael has never looked better. I think this is my favorite Michael look throughout the entire franchise. A slightly worn mask. It's creepy. It's wonderful. And there are some fantastic kills in this movie. Love him killing the kid in the devil costume on the lawn, where the kid is drunk. He's like, "Hey, Mr. Weather, sorry, I just had my heart broken." And it's just Michael standing there,
Who's that?
creeping me out, dude. Say something, please. Love that. Um, Loved the callback to the original when the callbacks to the original where Laurie goes over the balcony and Michael looks over and she's gone. That got a huge cheer in my theater opening night when I saw that. Uh love her appearing in the darkness, her face appearing in the darkness, even though it looks so fake because they CGI'd it compared to the original where they did it with real lighting. Um I just this movie is so great. And if it had ended here and we just assumed Michael died in the fire, I would have been happy. This movie's a lot of fun. This is a sequel I've always wanted to Halloween. And yeah, it's fantastic. And it feels very autumny.
They do have a good vibe at this film.
Um, I also really like the podcasters at the beginning, even though it's unrealistic that podcasters have what $3,000 to throw around for an interview.
You'd be surprised.
Expect the unexpected, I guess.
We're gonna get
But
film on 3 movies an island. 3 movies you in an island. So.
but the opening is fantastic. Very eerie, where they pull out the mask and they're trying to get Mike to get a reaction out of Michael, and then it just smash cuts to the opening theme where the original pumpkin's reinflating. I love that. Such a great opening. And the gas station kill is fantastic too. That's brutal.
Smart idea to antagonize the serial killer.
Right. No, they like to blame Laurie, but it was really the podcaster's fault in that movie.
Well, and it goes back to this is something evil, right? It's evil, like pure evil, because when they pull out the mask, it starts having a reaction on all the inmates.
Right.
Which plays better in retrospect when you get to ends why that's happening.
He was just missing a thumb in the forehead, if you ask me.
My favorite scenes in that movie are the beginning where they show him the mask, and I love his return into Haddonfield with that sort of going through the houses.
Shot.
Yeah, that is really well done. That feels very much like something from the original movie.
Yeah, that scene is fantastic. And Haddonfield's actually decorated for Halloween.
I know, it's nice. No palm trees this time.
Oh, and I have to shout out, I love the little black kid and his babysitter. They have such a fun
yeah.
And that kid is hilarious, and that whole sequence at the house, because I actually really liked her character. I was really sad when he killed her. And again, this film introduces Hawkins, which I love. I think he's a great character. The one line in this movie that gets me every time, I'm like, I could have done without that, is when Laurie meets Dr. Sartain and she's like, "Oh, you're the new Loomis." I'm like, that line's so dumb.
I had to tie it in somehow.
Yeah, but even then, like, this is a direct sequel to 78. You met this doctor one night, and then all these years later, you're like, "Oh, you're the new Loomis."
I don't know if they interacted after that though in this version. They could have interacted after that timeline.
Yeah, the novelizations, particularly in End, seem to suggest that she and Loomis kept in contact. I mean, again, not that we would necessarily canon the novels, but I always sort of figured that they had some interaction.
Considering she was a basket case afterward anyway, and he, I think, still had his license at that point.
One would assume.
Yeah, because he didn't go too crazy.
He wasn't shaking Laurie.
No.
And I like that they paid legacy to the sister brother. They paid homage to the sister brother thing by acknowledging it.
Oh yeah.
And I love how they just played off. No, that was a rumor. That one back in the day. I was like, yes, thank you. That's it. You paid homage to it, and you wrote it off that quickly. Loved it. So Halloween 2018.
It's funny too because I read somewhere that they had considered for the longest time trying to make two canon, which I mean that opens up a whole other can of worms if they had done that. But it's interesting that was for the longest time was considered like how they were going to get into this film was have it be both part 1 and 2 tied in.
Also, the scene where they're tracking him, the one track shot, like you said, which was amazing.
Yeah.
I knew they were not going to kill the baby, but it still tightens my chest every time I watch him go in and stand over the crib when the baby's crying. That still gets me every time, even though he does nothing. And I knew he wasn't going to kill the baby, but still, it gets me.
Did you eat the baby?
Even Michael has standards, I guess. All right, Chris, what is your number 2?
My number 2 is Halloween H2O. I love that movie. I think, and I really do believe this. To me, it is the most Halloween sequel. It is the most like the original when we talk sequels and stuff. It's very formula. It's a formula. They stuck to it.
Hmm.
They didn't really deviate. Yes, it's not in Haddonfield, but I also like that it's not in Haddonfield. Like you said, Phil, evil can travel, and Michael clearly has it. He knows where he's going sometimes, and he's not afraid to take someone else's car. Um, so I love everything about this movie. I love the runtime of it too because it makes the story so tight. There's no lingering around. There's no extra plot devices. It's purely he wants to kill. There's nothing else to this movie. And so from that point of view, you can compare it to 78 and that was his motivation there too. You just add, oh, he knows it's his sister. That's the difference.
Hmm.
I like this version of Laurie a lot as well. I think this makes more sense, given the time she was trying to move on. She moved, she did everything she could, and it still comes back to haunt her. And I like her reaction when they finally see each other for the first time through the door window.
Mm.
Even though I think the mask is CGI in that bit. I think
No, that's with the I forget his name, but the kid.
is it okay? I couldn't remember, but I love that first meeting. I like Josh Hartnett in this. I think he does his job. He's a '90s teenage heartthrob character. It works. Michelle Williams is in this
Oh yeah,
too, which
yeah.
people kind of forget, and she does a good job in it. I think. LL Cool J is that's how you use like a random celebrity,
Right.
not what they did in the other thing that I think is just a fever dream. I don't know
I
what that
think it is, yeah. That's my
uh,
thought.
I'm not sure what the hell that thing was, but some kind of shitty fan film. But this one, he's actually pretty entertaining. I like the fake out that he's dead for most of the movie. No, he's not.
Yeah.
I like that the boyfriend also gets killed. That was a nice touch. Nobody is safe except Josh Hartnett and Michelle Williams.
Yeah.
And the kill count is surprisingly high given there's not a lot of people in this movie anyway. And I do like that it starts with that Loomis thing. That was cool.
Mm.
Um, Also, the physicality of Michael is something we hadn't seen up until this point. Like when he's flipping the tables, we
Mm.
hadn't really seen him move around like that before. He's a little bit quicker than he normally is and stronger with that. And he also wasn't a huge guy in this movie. He was big, but not like a giant or something. He was still like, I'd say average enough sized. And
Sort of
so,
like the original.
yeah, that's why I think to me, it's the most purely Halloween sequel that we have so far, and it didn't try to reinvent the wheel either. I think Anthony is it might have a heart attack soon, but I think that the ending is perfect. To me, this is my preferred timeline and trilogy: Halloween, Halloween 2, H2O. To me, that's the that those are the movies, and this is one I watch pretty frequently. I do watch it. This one I definitely watch yearly, especially because it's an easy watch and it's just entertaining. And the performances are what you'd expect from a '90s horror film, especially coming off Scream success.
Mm.
It does have that Scream tint to it, but at the time I think that it works. And even going forward, Scream and Halloween are always going to be running side by side anyway. Even when they eventually make a new Halloween, I'm sure there'll be kind of a Scream flavor to it anyway. I love this movie quite a bit.
No argument for me there, Chris. No. Anthony, anything you'd like to add?
I do not. All
Okay.
I'll say is Michael looks like a dweeb in this movie, and Laurie got no closure at the end because she killed the paramedic.
I don't know what you keep saying this.
Did you see another cut of the movie or something? Is there another version?
That is her brother looking up at her for some kind of last minute sympathy, like fake sympathy, and she cuts his head off. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
She don't give him any sympathy. She gives him nothing.
And it hard cuts to the song. I mean, what else do you want? It's a perfect ending.
No notes. No notes.
Paramedic. Come on now. paramedic that dies in these movies is in four.
Yeah, exactly. That's they get a thumb to the head. It's all
Everybody
good.
knows that.
All good, right? Well, that brings me to my number two on the list, and this is another film that has been slowly climbing the ranks in recent years. And it's usually been in the third spot, but this year it finally took the number two, and it is Halloween 4: The Return of Michael Myers. This one, I'm going to say something that might be controversial, maybe not. I think of all the directors, with the exception of Carpenter, I think Dwight Little, the director of this film, is the only director who actually understood what makes Halloween Halloween, and not just from an aesthetic perspective, because I mean this film lives and breathes autumn and the Midwest and harvest. I mean it's just you feel like you want to go apple picking or pumpkin picking while looking over your shoulder for a serial killer. Like there's just that kind of a vibe with it. But I think he understood the ingredients of the original film, because that's what you get in Halloween 4. It's 10 years later. It's obviously going to be a little edgier. It's going to be a little more a little bloodier, but it is still holding true to that simplistic, and I mean that in a good way, blueprint that the first film laid out, which is this is a man, maybe it isn't a man, we don't know, in a mask stalking people on Halloween. And like that kind of simple blueprint really makes, I think, a big swing in this film, particularly coming off of Halloween 3. This film really had no business being as good as it is. Like, this is the fourth film in the franchise in a decade that had seen countless slasher films and other entries, either Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. The fact that this film doesn't feel like a product of the 80s, even though it is an 80s film, there's a timeless quality, I think, to it. Whereas, like, you can watch some of the Friday films or even the Nightmare films, and they kind of scream 80s horror movies. This sort of feels like it's in its own little time and place, and maybe it's because it's so far removed from the other films in the genre that it kind of came out towards the end of the decade. But this just feels like, all right, we're going to tell a scary Halloween story 10 years later, but we're going to do it one better, if you will. We're going to put Michael going after a little kid. And that's just terrifying in its own right. Because, like, prior to this, Michael was going after babysitters, he was going after teens and young adults. Here, his primary target is a kid. That's freaking terrifying. And then, of course, you got Loomis back. It's, I think, Pleasance's best film outside of the original. He's battle scarred. He's weary, but he keeps going. And I love how this film, again, much like H2O, there's zero fat. It is a straightforward, we're thrown right into it, and it keeps ratcheting it up over and over again, and the stakes keep getting higher, whether it's the rooftop chase, the chase through the school, the showdown on the back of the truck with the town mob. It's a film that delivers all the hits and beats from the original film, but then also taps into that mystery that the original film has, which is like evil will never die. And it ends with that fucking exciting part with Jamie killing her foster mother, and just the look of Loomis like, oh my God, it's happening again. I mean, if this had been the last Halloween sequel, I mean, what a film to end on. Like, you think Michael's gone, it's all over, and it's happening again. I love this film. I love the vibe. I love the atmosphere, and I love that it really does harken back to that theme of the original. It's a no-note sequel as far as I'm concerned. I even like The Mask. I know that's a hot take, but he wouldn't have the original Mask because A, that one was burnt, and B, I doubt the town of Haddonfield would be selling that same mask again anyway, so he grabs the next best thing, which is sort of a close approximation. He grabs the dollar store version of the William Shatner mask from the original film. But I think it works as there's just something kind of terrifying about the way it hides in the shadows at various points. I don't know, I like that this film was able to acknowledge the other two at this point, but it wasn't afraid to stand on its own 2 feet. I mean, the fact that it doesn't begin with the opening pumpkin credit, but does that uh, farmland and kind of scarecrow and pumpkin patch exterior. I think that was a really bold choice where it says, okay, it's a new, it's what you know, but we're going to do it a little different. And I think that it wasn't afraid to stand on its own. So yeah,
I like the way that this one, like 78, shows Michael just kind of appears in places.
yeah,
That's something I love, that when they accomplish that with Michael, because we don't always need to see him walking to
he's
wherever
just
he's.
there.
Yeah, I like that he just appears like a spirit. I think
Yeah.
that adds to the mystique of the character and the overall scariness of Michael Myers.
Yeah, I think he's legitimately terrifying in this film.
Hmm.
This one used to always freak me out watching it during Fear Fest. Like especially like when he's in the house and they're like up on the balcony, he's just like walking in front of the fireplace like that. That's creepy.
He's stalking them in this one.
Yeah, yeah, he is definitely back to stalking in this film.
Yeah, there's a lot of good about four.
That's a fun time. Any final thoughts on four, gentlemen, before we all right. So we have reached the end of the line, and I guess it probably goes without saying we all probably have the same film, unless there's a surprise movie that none of us know about.
There are a lot
Um,
of Michael fan films.
there are. So again, I shouldn't speak out of turn. Maybe that's the number one. Um, no, I think it's fair to say we all have the original at the number one spot. So Anthony, tell me why this film still is, again, 13 movies in the series. Why is this one still number one?
It's a perfect film, like I said during my rant at the beginning. It strikes it's when you like we've become, I think, as an audience, desensitized to how scary this movie is over the years. But at its core, especially when you strip away the sequels, it is about a masked lunatic stumbling across three girls walking from school by chance and deciding to stalk them and essentially torture and kill them. That's terrifying. It's a complete act of randomness that movies like The Strangers capitalize on in the future. That is so chilling because you think it could happen to you or somebody you know. And that's what makes this movie so powerful. Like every town has that house, like the one you cross the street to avoid, right? Like, oh, don't go there. That's where the Myers are murdered by their son. It's like a local urban legend. And then, you know, to have that kid come back and just crash suburbia and pick three kids at random to go after, it's terrifying. Um, but not only that, it's just a complete, I mean, think of all the movies this film inspired. Friday the 13th. Like none of Scream, none of these successful franchises would exist if not for this original 1978 film. So he has his place in horror history, cinematic history. Michael Myers is still the boogeyman. It is the ultimate uh tale of random evil and with the side helping of a Van Helsing character on the side trying to hunt it down. This movie's phenomenal. I don't think there is a second wasted in this movie. I don't have a criticism of this movie. This is one of the rare perfect ones, from the score to the script to the acting. It's just great all around, and it's one I never tire of. And when I said at the beginning, I think people look at hold the franchise in high regard because they're riding this movie's coattails. I do mean that, and I like what part of what makes me so depressed with many of the sequels in this franchise, as much as I enjoy them, as much as I rewatch them every season, is that none of them have hit the high or the excellence of this one. And it's like a bar to cross that many horror movies still can't manage to do. So there's lightning in a bottle all around and deserves the reputation it's garnered over the years. So
Well said. Chris?
It's just the ultimate slasher movie. There is not a better slasher in my opinion. This set the bar, and like Anthony said, it this is what all the slashers afterward tried to emulate. This is why we have Jason Voorhees. This is why we have Scream. This is why we have My Bloody Valentine, and the list goes on. Even recently with Heart Eyes, this is why we have slashers. It's Michael Myers. It's this movie. It uses every minute in its runtime to entertain you and keep pulling you in deeper into this world where evil is just stalking anybody it cares to. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just doing shit. And it does so in such a stylish fashion that you can't help but just get sucked into it. You know, even the simple moments in this movie, like the hedge thing. Oh, he's standing by the edge. Now he's not. You know, in a movie, I think today that could seem silly or something, but in this movie, it works because there's no there's no context to it. You just see this terrifying thing, and then it's gone, and you're seeing it through the eyes of Laurie, who we now understand at that point, which is very early in the film. This is a normal world. This isn't some heightened reality. So this psycho has come to Haddonfield for some reason, and he's following these girls for some reason. And it can be argued Annie's the one that tipped him off, even, which I think is kind of a fun argument I've seen people have.
Hmm.
um, but this movie is just a perfect piece of cinema in a way. It's an important piece of horror. Myers is an icon for a reason, and it's the way he's portrayed in this movie is the shape. I mean, that's what it is. The shape. There's no emotion. There's no reasoning. Blackest eyes, the devil's eyes, and the cast brings it all home. Because you could do this concept, I'm sure, with a lesser cast, and it would have been cool. But this cast makes it sing. Donald Pleasance is immaculate in this movie. Jamie Lee Curtis, even though, like Anthony likes to argue, she's not the best final girl, she's really, really good in this movie in a time where this was a rare occurrence to have a lady in a horror movie actually be something more than just someone to be murdered.
Mhm.
Jamie Lee elevates that character and brings her above, and I think that's why, to me, she is the best final girl. She was doing this at a time where it was unheard of. Even her friends, they are there to be killed, but they're still distinct enough to where you don't want them to be. I actually think Annie's a great character, and
mhm.
clearly so did the franchise because she pops up more than once. She's in Halloween 3. She has a cameo. I think it's just a voice cameo in 2. She's around, and this movie is important to a lot of fans because it's been their entry into horror. That's
Mm.
another thing that's special about Halloween. It's the entry, and also there's not many Halloween based horror films. This is one of the small few of them, and it happens to be this damn good. And I mean, there's also a guy named John Carpenter who's kind of known for shit, so that helps. Um, I mean, the list goes on why this movie is as special as it is, but I don't see this movie being topped as far as the slasher, best slasher. It is what it is.
No, I will co-sign everything that you gentlemen said. This is my favorite horror movie. It is my second favorite movie after The Dark Knight. I mean, I hold Halloween very near and dear to my movie-loving heart, and it is amazing the legacy this film has inspired. The fact that we're talking about it here, that it's a 13 film series, and of course there's going to be more, but it's all because of this film. This little 350,000 dollar budget movie that, like I said at the start, it's a B movie in terms of like the premise. It's a guy stalking people and killing them. Like this is, there had been quote stalking movies and whatnot. No one had ever done it in a way like this before. But I think this film, like you said, it's lightning in a bottle. It was the right cast, it was the right crew, it was the right time, and I think that's something that doesn't always get appreciated. This movie came out in 1978, so if you kind of look at it in the context of history, this is 4 years after Watergate. This is in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. This was a time where suburbia was supposed to be a place of stability and safety. Um, Hard to see this movie having the same kind of impact, if you will, if it's made 10 years earlier, where there was sort of nothing bad can happen in small town USA. I mean, this is kind of the opening of the door where, you know, by now people were already having the fascination with the public of serial killers and,
Yeah.
the Mansons. Like, I mean, this movie came out at the right time. And I think that's something that is often overlooked kind of with any movie. Like it has to be of the moment. And this film definitely tapped into what was going on in the zeitgeist. And then it ran from there. But it's a movie that, I always sort of laugh when people are like, oh, it's not that scary. I mean, again, because of, context and, time and place, but look, this is in the same league of horror films as Dracula, as Frankenstein, as the Wolfman. Like this is an iconic piece of horror cinema. And again, we'll be talking about it for the next 50 years. I mean, it'll be talked about long after we're gone. It's just that kind of a movie that I think appeals to people because it is so straightforward, but it is so sincere at the same time. Like this is not like the imitators that followed. This wasn't made for cash. This was made for, I'm gonna get really, highbrow here, but like this was made for art. Like this was made because they wanted to tell a scary story, and damn it, did they succeed. So yeah, I just love this film. I love the whole series. I really do. It's such a special franchise.
I think even the bad entries, except the one we won't speak about again,
Right.
are all entertaining to some degree.
I would agree with that, though. I would be curious how much of that is nostalgia. Like just like legit, if you took somebody around our age who has never seen them, grew up on them, and you showed them the entire franchise, would they view them all as entertaining annual watches like we all do because we have the nostalgia and we grew up with them? Or would they be like, one and done apart from the original, which is a masterpiece?
I
I,
think
I
that's
would just be curious about that.
I think that's the one that matters though. As long as you like as long as the first one hits for you, that's all you need. That's
Mm.
Right.
that's my take on it.
And I suppose if you look at the box office returns of the three recent films, the public is plugged into it. Whether or not they're plugged into the whole, brother sister storyline or the the cult of Thorn or whatnot. I mean, I think Michael at this point is a mainstay in the pop culture zeitgeist. So people are going to show up for these movies no matter what. I mean, it's like any horror film. I mean, people will say, "Oh, horror's back." Horror never went anywhere. It's always been with us, and thank God, Michael Myers will always be with us.
That reminded me of something I just saw recently on TikTok. It was a little girl. I want to say she was about 5 or 6 years old. And the video was her walking around her house and just kind of doing kid stuff. She had a Michael Myers doll with her the entire time. So that just kind of Michael is important to
Well,
pop, like Phil said, to pop culture.
have you seen those videos of Michael Myers showing up at kids' birthday parties?
Yeah,
Yes.
That Or that one video that goes viral every year, the kid in a Michael Myers costume, he
Oh,
slips
that
on the
falls.
ride, and then he sits up like Michael Myers. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
don't see that with other like Freddy Krueger doesn't have that.
Freddy Krueger would be a weird one for kids to. I mean, in fairness, Freddy was very popular with kids in the late '80s, but that's a different, like,
I think his
different.
time passed though,
Yeah, yeah.
and maybe that's because the lack of films. Whereas
Could
Michael
be.
has appeared in pretty much every era
right.
or every
No, I mean we're on
franchise.
13 films.
Yeah, he's been around, so maybe that's what it is. But
He if you were going to do a Mount Rushmore of slashers, he'd be the first one on every single one.
Yeah.
that's an interesting topic.
Well, that brings me
I mean,
to,
objectively,
oh no, I think you're absolutely right.
it would probably be Michael, Freddy, Jason, and Ghostface. Objectively, whether or not you think they all deserve to be on there, I would probably be those four. But Michael,
Yeah, I think you're right
definitely
about
be
that.
on all of them.
Where's the leprechaun, man? Come on.
He's somewhere in space rapping in the hood.
Okay, I'll go with that. That's good. I like that.
So that brings me to the last point. I've been asking everybody who's been on the show this month, whenever we've talked about Halloween. As I said, we're 13 films into this franchise, and even though we just saw Halloween Ends 3 years ago, we all know that evil will never die, and Michael will be back in some way, shape, or form.
I was told Evil dies tonight.
Oh, no, no, you were mistaken. That's been postponed a year.
Oh,
Yeah, it happens.
Canceled.
Didn't you get the memo to quote the Batman Begins? See, we got Batman Begins and The Dark Knight in one night. That's pretty damn good. Um, so, if you were given the keys to this beloved franchise and you were told you were going to be making the 14th installment, what would be your pitch? How would you make the next Halloween film?
you make it an anthology series. Not like John Carpenter did, but each one is a Michael Myers story. 1978 is a canon.
Hmm.
Maybe that's the first one he appeared in, but you don't connect him to Loomis and Laurie again. Every Halloween, he shows up in a different town across America, maybe New York City, maybe the Colorado mountains, maybe the Texas plains, like somewhere different and remote every single time, and you just show him with these new groups of people he's stalking every single time. You can make them period pieces like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, but you do it in a way where these films all take place in the same universe, but the stories are separate, and the only connective tissue is Michael Myers, and maybe he's like this urban legend of the boogeyman who shows up Halloween night in different towns. So people know of it. It's just like an urban legend whispered in the dark. And each movie is a standalone, different town, different city in America. On Halloween night, he shows up and starts stalking new victims. And yeah, that's how I do it. I think it's a way to keep it fresh and new and reinvent it with every single movie. So if one doesn't necessarily work, you can fix it in the next movie.
Hmm.
So that's how
I like that. I like that. What about you, Chris?
Well, you and I have talked about this before, and I'm going to stick with the idea I've had for a while about if I were given the keys to Haddonfield or whatever. I'd open the movie with Michael actually killing Laurie in the house, although it would be modern time. And then you do the Loomis shoots him 6 times, falls over the balcony, he's gone. And I would treat them as Dracula and Van Helsing, because to me they're the slasher version of that. And it would, like Anthony was thinking, I would have them just go town to town in each movie. Like anytime you want to bring him back, oh, it's just a new city, and Loomis is tracking him again. And Michael just becomes this myth because each town he goes to, he does have it's a massacre. And Loomis is right behind him, but can never stop him. So Michael essentially wins in every movie until they get tired of it. And they have, if you want to cap it off with a trilogy or whatever, Loomis finally gets to him, and oh, okay, he stopped him. But I'd essentially make them Dracula and Van Helsing and just have them follow him around.
I have one more idea too. I
Go
get
ahead.
keys to Haddonfield. The first thing I do, pick up the phone. I dial James Gunn. I'm like, have you seen all these Batman Michael Myers pieces of fan art? Let us put Michael Myers in Gotham and have him face off against the Bat on Halloween.
That is also a fan film right now. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I have not seen it, but I love the fan art. That's pops up everywhere this time of year, and I need a graphic novel, a cartoon, whatever. Put Michael Myers in Gotham and give me that.
I think
But
it's called
yes,
Halloween Night, but night like KN. Right?
Yes,
I think
Halloween
that's what
night.
it's called.
Yeah, I would watch that.
You could also make it an '80s rom com between Michael and Laurie, and Loomis is actually
we
her
we,
father.
we already got that. We are well. No, I apologize. We got it the '90s.
You have that because that's your own thing.
Again, I'd love to know what this film is that you're speaking about because I don't know it. I don't know it.
What we talked about earlier was some kind of weird fan film thing.
Maybe that's what it was, and it's screened in a few theaters or something.
Anthony
So
must have been one of the 7 people who went to the theatrical
might
opening.
might have been, might have been. No, I love both of your ideas. I mean, to me, it's the simplest thing. Just keep it focused on Michael. I think we've had enough of the Laurie Michael storyline. I even hesitate whether or not you would even do Loomis again, just because it's again hard to replicate Donald Pleasance. But that's I think an untapped element to the story right now, where you could do something with Loomis that would be fresh and new. But yeah,
I
the
hate
big
myself. I hate myself for saying this, but I know Chris would be on board with this. What actor can you see nowadays going, no? Maybe get him to play Loomis. You know who it is, who's Mr. Over the Top actor, who I can't stand, who would do such a fantastic job screaming something like that.
I don't appreciate the slander that I'm picking up here for the national treasure that is Nicolas Cage, an Oscar winner, I'll have you know,
can't forget that.
and one of the best men to wear Dracula's cape.
I'm just saying, maybe get him as Loomis.
Actually, though, I wouldn't want him as Loomis. I think I would go younger. Like I would go someone mid-30s. I
Yeah.
think it kind of be interesting if you get like a hotshot psychologist who thinks he knows everything.
I think if you're going to bring Loomis back, you have to almost go in the opposite of Donald Pleasance. Not saying go Malcolm McDowell route, but yeah, kind of like what you're saying, Chris. Somebody who thinks he knows everything and then gets schooled very easily once he discovers his patient is Michael Myers.
Throw a mustache on Jake Gyllenhaal, and we got a deal.
Oh, there we go. There. Well, Malika Card, you know who to call. The three of us will put our heads together and we'll make something good for Halloween 14. That I could swear to. But
That's the question I have for you too. When do you think we're going to get the next Halloween movie, whatever?
well, the rumors are, and again, you take everything with a grain of salt, but the rumors are that there's a TV show in the works that will probably be out within the next couple years. I think at the earliest movie would be the 2028, which is the 50th anniversary. Um,
Got to do something for the
I
50th.
feel that that will be enough time removed from ends, and again, you're marking the 50th year, so I feel like that's the perfect time to maybe try and do another movie.
I think
Perhaps
when
a multiverse of madness where you bring back all the different Michaels and Michael masks. Just
I
come
don't know
on,
when the movie will be out, but I imagine next year when the game hits in September, they're going to have some more Halloween related news.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
excited for that game.
I have become excited for the game. It took me a bit to get there, but I'm there. That awkward Donald Pleasance digital thing was voice actor thing was not for me.
It was a little jarring. A little
Very
jarring.
jarring, and then it was just like, okay, we're just looking at houses, but the actual gameplay is I'm good now. I like it.
Now slowly building up public's fascination again. Michael will return, as the slogan goes with James Bond. I think at this point Michael is in the same kind of reoccurrence. It's like Batman in a lot of ways. And again, I'm not trying to correlate the franchises, but like Batman has been with us for decades at this point on the big screen. James Bond, Halloween is kind of in that same elite group. They're never going to go away.
Mhm.
And for us as fans, I think that's a good thing. But Gentlemen, let's revisit or just run down quickly your top 13 films. And Anthony, we'll start with you. Give us your top 13 uh, once more.
That is a wonderful question. One second. Let me just pull it back up. Okay. So counting down from 13, we have Halloween Resurrection, Halloween The Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, Halloween H2O, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, John Carpenter's Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, Halloween Ends, Halloween Kills, Halloween 2018, and then Halloween 1978.
Chris, go ahead, buddy.
Starting from 13, I got Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, Halloween Resurrection, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, Rob Zombie's Halloween, Halloween Ends, Halloween 5, Halloween Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween 4, John Carpenter or Rick Rosenthal's Halloween 2, Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, H2O, and 78.
Perfect. All right. And mine, number 13, is Halloween Resurrection, followed by Rob Zombie's Halloween, then Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, Halloween 2, Rob Zombies, Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween Kills, Halloween 2018, Halloween 2, Halloween 5, Halloween 4, Halloween H2O, no, excuse me, Halloween Ends, Halloween H2O, Halloween 4, and Halloween at number 1. So there we go, gentlemen. We have ranked all 13 films in this legendary slasher series, and like the saying goes, evil will not die tonight. I'm sure we'll be talking about it again in the future. But, gentlemen, thank you for coming on the show. This was a massive, massive episode, but I think it will be worth everyone's time to hear the different takes and opinions. And I really like that we had a good, diverse ranking of this series. Some overlap, but a lot of really good takes and opinions. So, guys, where can people stalk you on social media in the best possible way? And again, give a shout out to your pods as well.
You can find me and direct all hate at me at the Sanderson Bro on Twitter. I have wonderfully right opinions on DC, Marvel, politics, Halloween, etc., there. So if you want more of my hot takes, you can find them at the Sanderson Bro. I also host a year-round Christmas podcast with my buddies Julia and Tom called Tis the Podcast. We cover a different Christmas movie, TV show, television special uh, every week of the year, except for September and October, where we do Halloween movies. So you can find us at linktree.com/podcast. And of course, I co-host DC Unlimited with these two fine gentlemen here, Phil and Chris Evans. Would really appreciate you looking us up at DC Unlimited, wherever you get your shows. Give us a like, a share, a listen. That one's a lot of fun too.
Chris.
You guys can follow me on Twitter at thatchris70. I do a bunch of different bullshit. It's all on there.
And yes, all the information, guys, will be in the show notes. So again, if you want to follow either of these two gentlemen, I do recommend giving a like and a listen to their pods. They really do stellar work, and always a great listen. And of course, again, direct all hate mail and controversy to Anthony. I'll make sure that that's bolded in the show notes. No, just kidding, buddy. Much love to you. But Chris and Anthony, thank you both for coming back on the show. Happy Halloween to the both of you. And to you, the listeners, thank you for bearing with us on this long trip through Haddonfield. But I hope you enjoy it and have a happy and healthy Halloween. I'll be back next week where we'll do this all over again for the love of movies.
Still at the movies makes every movie a dream.